Chapter 1380. At this moment, another tremendous presence erupted. 4 presences appeared at the same time, causing the energy in the surroundings to become chaotic. The wild winds in the surroundings became even more ferocious. Yu had also broken through to the Saint King realm and became a Saint Emperor. She once again summoned the rainbow auspicious clouds, causing the rainbow auspicious clouds in the sky to increase from 3 to 4. With the 4 rainbow clouds stacked on top of each other, the range of the rainbow clouds had reached an unprecedented level. It had almost enveloped 1,000,000 kilometers. Even in Mercenary City, it was possible to see multicolored light blossoming on the horizon. The Saint Kings of the 4 races gathered in Mercenary City all looked in the direction of the city. All of their faces were filled with surprise. 3 people becoming Holy Emperor at the same time was already unprecedented on the Tian-Yuan continent. It was extremely rare even during the glorious ancient times, let alone now that 4 people had become Holy Emperor at the same time. Moreover, all 4 of them were in the same location, so they could not help but feel surprised. Good, fantastic. Another person has become a Holy Emperor. Our Tian-Yuan continent has become even more powerful. The younger generation really will surpass us in time, a Holy Emperor at great perfection praised. Has breaking through to Holy Emperor become easier than before? A few people present began to think about the 4 Holy Emperors breaking through at the same time. Yu, who had just broken through to Holy Emperor, was clearly different from the others in the mountain range of the Flame Mercenaries. White light flickered around her. It was bright and gentle, just like the moonlight at night. Especially behind Yu, there was an endless amount of white light gathering, finally condensing into a huge full moon. It was incomparably bright and soft, enveloping the entire heaven and earth, adding a unique color to this world that was occupied by the rainbow clouds. Jianshan stared at Yu from afar. He knew that Yu's cultivation method was extremely extraordinary. It was much more powerful than the cultivation methods of Holy Emperor, or even Saint-tier cultivation methods. As a result, a phenomenon appeared as soon as she broke through to Holy Emperor. Afterward, Dugufeng and Bailian broke through as well, reaching Saint Ruler. At the same time, the energy from the violet cloud peaches had yet to disperse, allowing their strength to break through the shackles like a hot knife through butter. They continued to advance. High up in the sky, 2 tricolored auspicious clouds silently took shape, covering an area of 100,000 kilometers. However, as the 4 tricolored auspicious clouds occupied the entire space, the appearance of the 2 tricolored auspicious clouds was directly overlooked by everyone. Many people did not even discover the existence of the 2 tricolored auspicious clouds. A few figures appeared in the surroundings of the mountain range, one after another. Not only did the saint rulers of the nearby hermit clans and ancient clans draw over, but there were even quite a few heaven saint masters who had come. It's unbelievable. The 4 Holy Emperor experts are actually all in the depths of the mountain range. I never thought that there would be 4 hermit experts hidden here, a saint ruler from a hermit clan softly cried out. He found it unbelievable. Shoo, let's not cause too much of a disturbance, just in case we disturb the 4 seniors who are breaking through. Let's go and take a look at the 4 seniors' appearances. The saint rulers and heaven saint masters from various places began to carefully make their way to the depths of the mountain range. They all wanted to personally witness the 4 Holy Emperor appearances. Finally, a few people arrived 10 kilometers away. They observed the people who had just broken through as Holy Emperor from very far away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's actually 6 people cultivating there, but they're all shrouded by a layer of white mist, so I can't see their faces. There's also a person guarding them nearby. That person sure is strange. He's actually carrying 2 swords on his back. That's not white mist. It's formed from extremely pure yuan qi of heaven and earth. Heavens, am I seeing things? Such pure yuan qi of heaven and earth is actually drifting out from their bodies. No wonder I feel that the yuan qi of heaven and earth in this mountain range is many times denser than before. That doesn't seem like energy of the world. It's countless times denser and purer than the energy of the world we know. Who are they? The saint rulers and heaven saint masters all discussed among themselves. Shock filled their faces. All of them spoke in a very proper tone, even communicating through communication technique. They were afraid of disturbing the people cultivating. Everyone. I am the captain of the flame mercenaries, Jianchen. My friends are cultivating here, so I hope that you won't approach them and disturb them. Otherwise, I can only offend Jianchen. Jianchen sent a message to all of them at the same time. What? The captain of the flame mercenaries. I didn't hear wrong, did I? I actually heard the raging flame mercenaries captain's voice transmission. It's the person with the 2 swords on his back. I never thought that he would actually be the renowned Holy Emperor Jianchen. The Holy Emperor Jianchen is personally guarding them while they cultivate. Everyone, back away. Don't get too close. I've actually witnessed the supreme bearing of the Holy Emperor Jianchen. Am I dreaming? When Jianchen announced his identity, the people in the surroundings immediately became shocked. They either became extremely excited or fearful. Their gazes toward Jianchen were either filled with fear or abnormal excitement. Jianchen's name had already spread across the entire Tian-Yuan continent. Not only was he the 4th Holy Emperor to appear on the Tian-Yuan continent, but he was also an extremely powerful Holy Emperor. He had defeated 2 Holy Emperors of the Beast God continent in a single strike. Now, Jianchen had become a legendary figure on the Tian-Yuan continent. His fame was so great that he was comparable to Mo Tianyun, the greatest human expert of the ancient times. He was even more famous than Mo Tianyun because he had cultivated for less than 100 years. An existence who had become a holy emperor before the age of 100 had never appeared even during the glorious ancient times. After learning Jianchen's identity, all the people who had come to watch became extremely obedient. They all retreated to several dozen kilometers away and watched from afar. They did not even dare to breathe too loudly, as if they were afraid of disturbing the people who were cultivating. As time went on, more and more people appeared. Although no holy emperor had been drawn over, there were quite a few saint rulers and heaven saint masters. However, the people who had come later had all been warned by the people who had come earlier not to approach the place, so they took the initiative to guard the place. There were people from the flame mercenaries among them. As soon as they heard that their captain, Jianchen, had returned, all of them became filled with pride. Ming Dong and the others only completed their breakthroughs after over a dozen days. After the breakthrough, their strength had undergone an overwhelming change, especially Ming Dong. He was the strongest, having reached the 8th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. Next were Huang Luan and Yu Yu, who had both reached the 7th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. Bai Hai, who had been a saint ruler for many years, had fallen behind, reaching the 6th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. Other than the 4 of them, Dugu Feng had also become a Holy Emperor. He had reached the 4th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. Only Bai Lian was the weakest, but even with that being the case, she had reached the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler. She was not far away from becoming a Holy Emperor. After rousing, all of them were filled with excitement, especially Ming Dong. He had reached the 8th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor in a single stroke, becoming the strongest of them all. This comprehension tea is just too wondrous. It can actually allow me to comprehend the mysteries of the world so easily. It's thousands of times easier than comprehending the mysteries of the world in the depths of Mercenary City, Ming Dong excitedly said. Jianchen faintly smiled as well. He felt happy for their increase in strength. A 5th-grade violet cloud peach was enough for a mortal to become an immortal in 100 days, becoming an existence that surpassed the Holy Emperor. This was because violet cloud peaches were priceless even in the immortals' world. Ming Dong and the others were only limited by their strength and talent, so they were unable to absorb all the energy within the peaches, wasting a lot of it. As a result, the fruit only allowed them to reach the level of the Holy Emperor. A portion of the people gathered in the surroundings finally gathered the courage to approach. They sincerely offered their congratulations, but when they discovered that the people who had become Holy Emperor were actually members of the upper echelon of the Flame Mercenaries, they were still so shocked that their mouths hung agape. Bai Lian, in particular, had only been an Earth Saint Master before, but she had become a 9th Heavenly Layer Saint Ruler in just a few weeks. She was even more powerful than them, which stunned all the people who had come to congratulate her. They struggled to accept this. Chapter 1381. After returning to Flame City, the news that Bai Lian, Yu Yu, and Bai Hai had all become saint rulers and holy emperors spread like wildfire, causing a huge uproar in the Flame Mercenaries. In particular, the people of the mercenaries all stopped what they were doing and gathered in groups of 3 to 5 to drink and celebrate the increase in their strength. Although the Flame Mercenaries had once been a powerful organization that even the 10 protector clans feared, the organization was completely supported by their captain, Jianchen, and the 3 magical beasts. Without them, the Flame Mercenaries would only be able to produce a few saint rulers. However, it was different now. Huang Luan, Yu Yu, Bai Hai, Ming Dong, and Dugu Feng had all become holy emperors. Even Huang Luan was a 9th Heavenly Layer Saint Ruler. With such a powerful lineup, they were no longer weaker than the Protector clans. Although their heritage still could not be compared to the Protector clans, their strength on the surface was enough at the very least. The strength of the Flame Mercenaries made all the members of the Flame Mercenaries very excited and emotional. The people who had just increased their strength entered seclusion once again. Their strength had increased far too quickly in the past few days, so they needed to use it proficiently. Otherwise, they would not be able to display their battle prowess even though they possessed great strength. Several days later, a loud sound accompanied by the wail of a bird rang out from the distant sky. Outside the golden barrier of Flame City, a bird that was 5 meters long had collided with the barrier. With a miserable wail, it directly fell out of the sky. On the back of the bird, the 4 people who were originally sitting cross-legged on the bird also hit the golden barrier one after another due to inertia. All of them saw stars and fell from the sky dizzily. However, 2 of them were Heaven Saint Masters and could fly, so they regained control of their bodies very soon. They all rose into the air, borrowing the help of 2 Earth Saint Masters each. In the end, the 4 of them safely landed on the ground. They all rubbed their heads as they stared at the golden barrier that enveloped Raging Flame City in bewilderment. Beside them, the 5-meter-long bird flapped its wings and struggled to stand up from the ground. Its head was already bleeding, and it couldn't even straighten its neck. Where did this barrier come from? Why isn't it letting us in? Could it be that we've been chased out of the Flame Mercenary group after leaving for so long? Among the 4 people, a young man who looked to be in his 20s or 30s looked at the barrier with an innocent expression and complained in dissatisfaction. The Raging Flame Mercenaries are becoming more and more formal now. There's a powerful barrier around them that prevents outsiders from flying in from the sky. The only way to enter the city is through the city gates. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man with a calm expression. He was sizing up the city in front of him without blinking. At this moment, a group of armored guards rode out of the city on magical beasts. They charged at the 4 people who had crashed into the barrier and surrounded them. "Who are you? Don't you know that flying is forbidden in Flame City? State your identities and intentions," the middle-aged man coldly said. He was a Heaven Saint Master. He wore armor forged from tungsten alloy, making him seem extraordinarily mighty. Now that the Flame Mercenaries had become powerful, even the guards were proud of it. They had become much more spirited. "Who's in charge of the Flame Mercenaries right now? Is it Jianchen or Bai Lian? Why don't you go report to them? Just say that the 4 of us have returned," the youngest of the group said impatiently. He did not take the tungsten alloy armored Heaven Saint Master's words seriously at all. The Heaven Saint Master's face sank when he heard that. His gaze immediately sharpened. Their captain Jianchen was the legendary Holy Emperor of the Tian-Yuan continent. His status was so great that even the great Holy Emperor would treat him politely when he saw Jianchen. However, the four people were only Heaven Saint Masters and Earth Saint Masters, yet they actually dared to call Jianchen by his name. This was an unforgivable crime. Just when the Heaven Saint Master wanted to give the order to capture the four people, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He stared at the young man who had called Jianchen by his name, and his face suddenly changed. He quickly glanced over the other three people, and immediately became surprised. He asked, "Are you the Xiao Tianyu, Wang Yifeng, Yunjing, and Senior and that Captain Jianchen has been looking for? I didn't think that there would still be people who would remember us after leaving for so long." "That's right, I'm Xiao Tianyu. By the way, who was the one who set up the barrier around Raging Flame City? Why didn't they say anything? My head hurts from crashing into it," the youngest person grumbled. He was precisely Houston's grandson, Little Fatty. After all these years of experience, Xiao Tianyu had long since transformed from that little fatty into an extraordinarily handsome youth. His face was filled with the marks of hardships left behind by the storms of carnage. Within his resoluteness was also a bit of callousness. The Heaven Saint Master hurriedly dismounted from his magical beast and bowed to them politely. "I am Zhuofan. I did not know it was the four of you, so please forgive me if I have offended you. I have no idea what the Golden Barrier is either. All I know is that it appeared out of nowhere not long ago. Whatever, I'll go into the city and find Jianchen. I've been hearing rumors lately that Jianchen has become the Holy Emperor and defeated 2 ninth-class magical beasts on the Beast God continent in a single move. I know the rumors are mostly exaggerated, but it's still a skill that the entire Tian-Yuan continent knows about," Xiao Tianyu said nonchalantly. Xiao Tianyu said indifferently. Then, he called Wang Yifeng, Yunjing, and Senior N to walk into the city. "You've finally returned. Finding you sure wasn't easy." At this moment, a clear laugh rang out. Jianchen stood at the entrance of the city in white robes with his 2 swords on his back as he looked at Xiao Tianyu and the others. "Jianchen!" Xiao Tianyu cried out. He immediately rushed over and hugged Jianchen as he laughed heartily. They had been separated for many years, so they were obviously overjoyed to see each other again. "Little Fatty, Wang Yifeng, Yunjing, Senior N, let's go into the city first. I've already personally arranged for a banquet to welcome you back." Jianchen smiled as he called them into the city lord's estate. Behind them, the guard who was a Heaven Saint Master looked at them enviously. They were only Heaven Saint Masters or Earth Saint Masters, yet the great Commander Jianchen had personally come out to receive them. Probably even the Holy Emperor did not receive such treatment. During the banquet, Jianchen, Little Fatty, and Little Fatty raised their cups and drank to their heart's content. They chatted with each other happily. Little Fatty, and Little Fatty, 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 and Little Fatty. The next morning, Jianchen brought the 4 of them back to the mountain range where the tungsten alloy mine was. At the same time, he let out the several dozen elites from the artifact space. He planned on increasing their strength in a single stroke. Chapter 1382. The mountain range trembled violently. Thick cracks began to spread across the entire mountain range like a spider web. Mountain peaks began to collapse one after another. Rocks rolled down, producing muffled rumbling sounds. The tremors were extremely widespread. The entire continent was affected. Even from several million kilometers away, the tremors could be clearly felt. With a flash, Jianchen arrived on the tallest mountain. He stood there with his swords on his back as he stared into the distance. To no surprise, he was looking in the direction of Mercenary City. Although he was too far away from Mercenary City and couldn't see anything with his naked eye, he could clearly sense just how powerful the energy ripples coming from the direction of Mercenary City were. Jianshan became stern, but his eyes shone brighter than before. They were like unsheathed swords, shining brightly. Not only were they extremely sharp, but they were also filled with a powerful battle intent. Jianshan, what's going on? Xiao Tianyu, Wang Yifeng, and the others arrived beside Jianshan. They all stared into the distance and asked out of curiosity. The pulses of energy were so powerful that even Xiao Tianyu and Wang Yifeng, who were only Heaven Saint Masters, could clearly sense them. Jianshan sucked in a deep breath and said with a deep voice, "Little fatty, gather everyone here. We're returning to Flame City immediately." "Alright." Xiao Tianyu firmly agreed. He did not ask for the reason and immediately gathered several dozen people. Jianshan could not help but give up on the idea of increasing their strength today. He returned to Flame City with Little Fatty, Wang Yifeng, Yunzheng, Seniorin, and the several dozen elite squads that had emerged from the artifact space. He immediately ordered the city to be sealed off so that no one could enter or leave. Afterward, he left Little Fatty and the others behind and left through a space gate in the city with Xiao Jin. Soon after Jianshan's departure, Yu Yu, Bai Lian, Huang Luan, Bai Hai, and the others all emerged from seclusion. They all stood before the city lord's estate and stared into the distance. What's going on? Why did brother leave in such a hurry? He even took Xiao Jin with him, Bai Lian asked uneasily. She had already guessed something. Bai Hai, Ming Dong, and Dugufeng were stern. Bai Hai said with a heavy voice, "If I've guessed correctly, the people from the world of Forsaken Saints have arrived. The calamity of the Tian Yuan continent has begun. Since the calamity is about to arrive, what are we still standing here for? Let's go help out in Mercenary City. Men, immediately open the space gate leading to Mercenary City," Ming Dong called out. He was in high spirit. However, they soon received a report from the guards that the spatial door could no longer be opened. "Since I can't open a space door, I'll use the Holy Emperor's ability to rip open a space door myself." Ming Dong smiled confidently. He immediately began to rip open space. But soon, the smile on his face stiffened, because he realized that even with his Holy Emperor 8th Celestial Layer strength, he was unable to tear space and build a spatial door. "What's going on?" Ming Dong's face twitched a few times in an abnormal manner. Bai Hai raised his head to look at the golden barrier in the sky. He sighed emotionally. "Xiao Jin's barrier is becoming more and more perfect. Looks like my good grandson has taught Xiao Jin quite a few things in the past 2 days. Unless you're stronger than the person who cast down the barrier, you won't be able to rip open space here. Then I'll fly out. Now that my strength has skyrocketed, it won't take me long to fly to Mercenary City," Ming Dong said proudly. He immediately shot into the sky, but he ended up smashing into the barrier. He basically stuck to the barrier with his arms and legs spread out. He fell down in an extremely horrible shape. This barrier can actually stop us from leaving, and we can't even use a space door. What's Jianshan trying to do? He's actually locked us up. Ming Dong stood beside Bai Hai in a dejected manner as he grumbled. "I heard that there are many experts in the world of Forsaken Saint. There are several times more holy emperors than there are holy emperors on our Tian Yuan continent. It's very likely that a holy emperor is involved in the attack this time. Jianshan wants to protect us. He doesn't want us to die in this battle, which is why he got Xiao Jin to trap us here. He doesn't want us to take part in this battle," Yu Yu said gently. Her eyes were filled with worry. "We're still not strong enough. Continue cultivating," Dugufeng said emotionlessly. Dugufeng said expressionlessly with a cold face. He then returned to the secret room to continue his seclusion. A 1,000-meter-wide pit had already appeared in the ruins of Mercenary City. It was pitch black and bottomless, but an extremely terrifying pulse of energy surged out. It shot into the sky, dispersing the clouds and causing the space there to violently distort. The experts of the 4 races gathered there all sternly stood in the distance. The Path Lord of Carnal Desires and the 3 holy emperors of the magical beasts had all appeared. All of them stood there sternly, ready for battle. Oh no, they're coming. They're all holy emperors. There are so many holy emperors. Xiao Ling's voice rang out in the air. The elusive Xiao Ling also appeared at this moment. Her childish face was filled with fear as she stared at the bottom of the pit uneasily. The experts of the 4 races all revealed extremely ugly expressions when they heard that they were all holy emperors, causing the atmosphere to become extremely heavy. At this moment, a space gate ripped open several dozen kilometers away. Jianshan appeared with a child who only seemed to be 3 or 4 years old. He quickly arrived there. His appearance caused the eyes of Lankiros and Kaiser from the Beast God continent to narrow. Their eyes were filled with fear. Even the Path Lord's gaze towards Jianshan was filled with fear. However, most of the time, their gazes were focused on the 2 swords on Jianshan's back. The 3 of them were not the only ones who noticed the 2 swords on Jianshan's back. At that moment, everyone present instinctively shifted their gazes away from the pit and onto the 2 swords on Jianshan's back. Although many of them had not personally witnessed the power of the 2 swords, they all knew that Jianshan had used the 2 swords to defeat the 2 holy emperors in a single strike. Big brother, you're finally here. All the baddies from the world of Forsaken Saints have come. They've brought so many holy emperors, at least several hundred of them. What should we do? Xiao Ling arrived beside Jianshan and hugged Jianshan's arm as she sobbed. What? Several hundred holy emperors? Xiao Ling's words were like a bolt from the blue in the heads of the holy emperors. All of them paled. They had thought that there would only be around a dozen holy emperors or even a few dozen. They had never thought that there would be several hundred of them. Jianshan gently rubbed Xiao Ling's head and said, Xiao Ling, don't be afraid. Don't you have Big Brother here? I'll fight with you and kill the enemies together. When the enemies appear, all you need to do is use the ability your master gave you to beat them up viciously. Do you understand? Chapter 1383. Great-grandson, come to our side. An old and amiable voice rang out. Changyang Zhu Xiao smiled at Jianshan. His gaze toward Jianshan was filled with gratification and pride. Changyang Zhu Yunkong and Changyang Zhu Yiyan looked at Jianshan with mixed feelings. They had never thought that Jianshan would grow to such an astonishing level in such a short amount of time. Whether it was the Tian Yuan continent or the Holy Emperor of the Beast God continent, they all feared him. Jianshan arrived beside Changyang Zhu Xiao with Xiao Jin in one hand and Xiao Ling by his side. He bowed to them as a junior and said, Jianshan greets my great-grandfathers and great-grandmother. Both Changyang Zhu Xiao and Changyang Zhu Xiao were much more senior than Jianshan. Even the Changyang ancestor had founded the Changyang prefecture in Lore City. As a result, all of them were Jianshan's great-grandfathers and great-grandmother. Changyang Zhu Xiao and Changyang Zhu Yunxiao smiled from ear to ear. Even on the eve of a battle to the death, they were unable to conceal their pride. To one side, the eyes of the Holy Emperor's experts all reddened with envy when they saw Jianshan bow to the 3 of them. After all, Jianshan was a true Holy Emperor in their eyes now. It was unprecedented for a Holy Emperor to receive a bow from a Holy Emperor. In particular, when they discovered that even Xiao Ling, who had surpassed the Holy Emperor, was so reliant on Jianshan, many of them immediately became jealous. Fortunately, none of them knew Xiao Jin's true identity. None of them could tell Xiao Jin's strength, or who knows what they would think if they knew that 2 Origin Realm experts were so reliant on Jianshan. The veiled heavenly enchantress stared at Jianshan from afar. Her enchanting eyes would glance at Xiao Jin from time to time. She secretly gritted her teeth as her gaze became extremely mixed. Even her grip on the zither of the demonic cry tightened slightly. Great-grandson, leave the child in the divine hall. There are many saint emperors among the invading experts from the world of forsaken saints this time. We won't be able to take care of him when we start fighting. Changyang Zhu Shao looked at Shao Jin before taking out a divine hall in an attempt to take him in. He had guessed that Shao Jin might be Jianqin's child. Although he had no idea why Jianqin had brought his child here, it was not his place to ask about Jianqin's extraordinary status. Jianqin had no idea what to say when he saw Changyang Zhu Zhao's actions. Just when he wanted to say something, a violent rumble suddenly rang out from the pit. It was accompanied by an extremely violent stream of space that shot into the sky. After the stream of space, tremendous presences radiated from the bottom of the pit and shot into the sky. A group of holy emperors from the world of forsaken saints shot into the sky. Their terrifying presences swept through the surroundings, causing space to collapse and the world to overturn. Just their presences forced countless holy emperors to rapidly retreat. Activate the formations! The Grand Elder of Mercenary City called out. His voice shook the sky, reverberating through a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Countless formations appeared. Not only did they cover the ground, but there were even many hidden in the air. These formations were all cast down by the greatest formation masters of the Tianyuan continent through blood, sweat, and tears. There were also the most powerful trapping formations and killing formations from various ancient clans. As soon as the formation appeared, the surroundings were dyed in various colors. Layers upon layers of formations flickered with different lights as they appeared in the air. Terrifying pulses of energy ripped through the space there with ease, causing the surroundings to become shrouded in eternal darkness. A few holy emperors from the world of forsaken saints at the very front were trapped by the formations. The formations were all linked together, stacking their power. Even though they had only been cast down by holy emperors, they were still able to trap a few holy emperors or even heavily injure them. 500 holy emperors from the world of forsaken saints had come this time. Only a few dozen holy emperors had been trapped by the formations. A portion of the holy emperors from the world of forsaken saints who had charged out of the pit immediately took action decisively when they saw that their people had been trapped by the formations. They attacked the formations from the outside and assisted the people inside in breaking through. The other holy emperors charged off in all directions, engaging in a great battle against the humans, magical beasts, 100 races, and sea race. Use the emperor armament! A great elder of a protector clan called out. He immediately used his master's power to control the emperor armament, engaging in a great battle against the holy emperors from the world of forsaken saints. The other protector clans all used their ancestral armaments to kill their enemies when they saw this. Originally, they had placed their emperor armaments there so that the great elder Tianjian could cast down a supreme killing formation to block the exit of the world of forsaken saints. However, the great elder had yet to appear after refining the supreme divine hall of Mercenary City, so they could only give up on the idea of using the emperor armament. The Grand Elder of Mercenary City secretly sighed. He led all the experts of Mercenary City to participate in the battle as well. The invasion from the world of forsaken saints had happened far too quickly. Their Tianyuan continent was still unprepared. The great Elder Tianjian had yet to refine the Supreme Divine Hall. Houston, who had just become a Saint Emperor, was nowhere to be found, and the reinforcements from the Sea Realm had yet to gather. Not a single one of the 3 holy emperors of the Sea race had appeared. Other than Changyang Prefecture and the Tyrant's Blade School, the other 8 protector clans all used their emperor armaments to fight against the holy emperors of the world of forsaken saints. Since the emperor armaments of Changyang Prefecture and the Tyrant's Blade School had been taken away, the experts of the 2 protector clans could only use powerful secret techniques to fight against the holy emperors. A huge shield hung in the sky on the side of the 100 races. It was several hundred meters wide, blocking an entire region like a heavenly shield. It withstood the attacks of over a dozen holy emperors from the world of forsaken saints. This was the treasure of the dwarves that had been passed down since ancient times, the Heaven's Guard. It had been forged by the most powerful dwarf king in the history of the dwarves through painstaking effort. It was extremely tough and had been honored in the battle of ancient times. However, the shield had become dented in a short amount of time as it withstood the attacks of the holy emperors from the world of forsaken saints. Cracks rapidly spread across its surface. Behind the heaven's shield, the dwarf king controlling the heavens' shield coughed up a large mouthful of blood. It wasn't just blood that filled the air, but also a large amount of crushed organs. The dwarf king only had the strength of a holy emperor at great perfection. The attacks that the shield had withstood were just too fierce, so a portion of the attacks were redirected to the dwarf king. Even though it had been greatly weakened, it was still enough to heavily injure him. He could not last much longer. It's a pity that I'm not a holy emperor. If I had the strength of a holy emperor, I wouldn't have ended up in such a horrible state after blocking over a dozen holy emperors with the shield, the dwarf king sighed inside. He felt despair as he looked at the several hundred holy emperors from the world of forsaken saints in the sky. A huge divine tree grew among the 100 races. It shone with a resplendent green light and was brimming with life. This was the elven god tree of the elves. It had also been passed down since ancient times and had endured countless years. The elven god tree was over 3,000 meters tall. Coupled with its thick trunk, it looked like a pillar that held up the heavens. Endless green light radiated from the god tree, enveloping the entire battlefield. Anyone who was injured was bathed in the green light that was brimming with vitality. Their injuries were quickly healed. Chapter 1384. The Holy Emperor from the world of forsaken saints began to struggle as hard as he could. Terrifying pulses of energy pulsed from his body in an attempt to break free from the elven god tree. However, the elven god tree was an ancient existence that had existed since ancient times. Its power could not be described as ordinary branches. It had already wrapped all its branches around the Holy Emperor, trapping him like a huge cocoon. No matter how hard the Holy Emperor tried, he was unable to break free from the elven god tree. The tremendous life force within him was constantly absorbed by the elven god tree. As it drained away, the Holy Emperor's presence rapidly weakened. He struggled less and less as well, rapidly weakening. On the other hand, the green light from the elven god tree grew brighter and brighter. Its huge shadow rapidly solidified as well. Upon closer inspection, it was not difficult to discover that the elven god tree was not real. Instead, it was an illusion. Behind the 100 races, the group of werewolves all entered battle mode. They were half man, half wolf. Their heads were human, but their bodies were wolf. They were covered in dense black fur as they worked together to stop a holy emperor from the world of forsaken saints. However, they were still not their opponent. Soon after the battle began, the holy emperor from the world of forsaken saints became heavily injured by a holy emperor from the world of forsaken saints. They were covered in blood. The berserkers, the fire demons, the spirit serpents, and the werewolves were the same. Several or even a dozen holy emperor worked together to keep a holy emperor from the world of forsaken saints busy. However, there was an extremely large difference between the holy emperor and the holy emperor. Even with that being the case, they were not their opponent. All of them were covered in wounds. On the other hand, the holy emperor from the world of forsaken saints was not injured at all. At the very back of the 100 races, there was a group of people in gray cloaks gathered together. There were not many of them, only a few hundred. However, not all of them were holy emperor. There were many saint rulers, heaven saint masters, earth saint masters, and even people below earth saint master. At this moment, they were all sitting cross-legged on the ground, forming a strange formation. Their hands were forming hand seals, and their mouths were chanting. These were the liches of the 100 clans. Their battle prowess was not strong, and there were less than 1,000 of them left in the entire clan. They were famous for their curse arts. Great heaven, extermination! Suddenly, all the witchcraft clan members shouted in unison. Their voices were hoarse, but they were filled with a boundless demonic power that actually covered the earth-shattering battle cries. A strange ripple spread out from each of the witchcraft clan members. Finally, it condensed into a single beam and shot towards one of the Holy Emperor. The ripple seemed to pass through space and time, arriving at one of the Holy Emperors who was fighting against the Berserk warriors in a single moment. The Holy Emperor suddenly froze. He vomited blood as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Cracks appeared on his body like porcelain, and he became covered in blood in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the attacks of several Berserk warriors landed on the Holy Emperor as well. The Holy Emperor's body cracked and was reduced to countless pieces. Only his soul remained, and it was filled with fear. However, before his soul could flee, it was cleaved in half by a Berserk warrior. His soul was wiped out. There were two figures hidden in the empty space on the battlefield of the 100 races. They did not give off any presences at all, so they were completely untraceable. Even the Holy Emperor struggled to discover their existence. Even when space violently trembled, they were unable to be forced out. The two of them wore silver robes. They were slender and elusive, always appearing behind their enemies silently when they were caught off guard before dealing a fatal blow. They were from the Shadow Clan. They possessed a glorious past in ancient times, but they had already declined. There were only a few dozen people left, and they were basically extinct. The two of them were the two strongest rulers of the Shadow Clan. They were at the 5th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor and the Holy Emperor at the 7th heavenly layer. The ground shook violently as several 100-meter-tall rock giants stood against the Holy Emperor from the world of Forsaken Saint. Although their bodies were extremely tough, they were unable to endure the attacks of the Holy Emperor. Every time the Holy Emperor struck them, they would shatter a large piece of rock or even pierce through their bodies. However, the rock giants were extraordinary as well. They had no flesh and blood, but their vitality was extremely great. Their bodies would regenerate time and time again. Even though they seemed like they had been beaten to a horrible state, their battle prowess had not decreased at all. The sea race suffered the most. They only had a portion of the Holy Emperor from the Poseidon's Hall, and there were no Holy Emperors at the very front. They had to endure the attacks of several Holy Emperors. In just a short while of battle, 5 Holy Emperors had died. 3 of them had died while only 2 of them managed to escape with their souls. The 3 Holy Emperors of the magical beasts fought at the very front. They were extremely powerful, and coupled with their bodies as magical beasts, their defenses were abnormally great. Very few people from the world of Forsaken Saints were their opponents in a one-on-one battle. This did not mean that the Holy Emperors from the world of Forsaken Saints were weak. Instead, the 3 Holy Emperors of the magical beasts had reached a rather high level of cultivation. They were stronger than many of the Holy Emperors from the world of Forsaken Saints, which was why they could suppress them. However, Kaiser, Lankiros, and Sangcheong were all covered in blood right now. They were quite heavily injured because they were fending off several Holy Emperors. The battle here was earth-shattering. The sun and moon did not shine, and there were not many parts of the earth that were still intact. Countless bottomless pits appeared, and there was a faint heat emitting from them. They were already close to the magma layer deep underground. The entire Tian Yuan continent violently shook. The land at the center of the battle was in danger of shattering. Pitch-black chasms constantly appeared in the sky as the spatial cracks refused to close for a very long time. The 100 races, sea race, and magical beasts all faced extremely great pressure. They had all lost experts. Only the humans remained relatively unscathed. Jianchen and Xiao Ling led the human experts to the depths of the enemy's territory, while Jianchen had sent Xiao Jin to the side of Changyang Zhu Xiao and the others to protect them. Xiao Ling's temperament had not fully matured, but she was extremely decisive when she took action. She showed no mercy at all. She was an Origin Realm expert, so the holy emperors were no different from ants in her eyes. With a wave of her hand, she sent a white light toward the holy emperors from the world of Forsaken Saints. The white light possessed unfathomable power. The holy emperors from the world of Forsaken Saints all vomited blood as soon as they came in contact with it. They were heavily injured, and some of the weaker ones had even died. At that moment, Shaoling had truly demonstrated the myth of the holy emperors being ants. Jianshan used his full strength as well. He charged into the crowd with the Ziying sword in hand and unleashed all of his strength. He used his chaotic force and comprehension of the way of the sword to push his battle prowess to the limit. In just a short moment, he killed over a dozen holy emperors and injured even more holy emperors. Qing Sua's sword did not remain idle either. He controlled it with the senses of his soul as he split his attention between wielding the Ziying sword and controlling it through the air with his soul, attacking the holy emperors from the world of Forsaken Saints. Many of the human experts behind them used Saint-tier battle skills as well, summoning the pressure of the world. Many of them would work together to deal with a single holy emperor from the world of Forsaken Saint. The heavenly enchantress sat high in the air at the back of the battlefield. She placed the zither of the demonic cry across her knees as she stared at the zither. She concentrated on playing it. Every single note seemed gentle, but it was like a great bell. It drowned out the cries of battle and rang out clearly in everyone's ears. The music was targeted. All the holy emperors from the world of Forsaken Saints would immediately feel their souls tremble when they heard it. They would become dazed and dizzy at times as illusions would appear before their eyes from time to time. Chapter 1385. Suddenly, surging battle intent flickered in the eyes of several holy emperors as they launched their most powerful attacks at their companions. Spurt. Caught off guard, the holy emperor immediately became heavily injured from the sneak attacks of his companions. He was blown away while vomiting blood. The same thing happened everywhere on the battlefield. Over 30 saint emperors from the world of Forsaken Saints suddenly swung their weapons at their companions. None of them had thought that their companions would suddenly attack them, so they were all heavily injured due to being caught off guard. There was even an unlucky saint emperor from the world of Forsaken Saints who was surrounded by several of his companions. He only lasted for a few seconds before his body was pulverized, and he fled into the distance with his soul. However, as soon as the holy emperor's soul flew out of the battlefield, the sonorous sound of a zither rang out. It was like a thunderclap in his ears. The powerful sound waves created ripples in space, shattering the soul of the holy emperor. The people from the world of Forsaken Saints fell into chaos after the disturbance. In just a short while, several saint emperors from the world of Forsaken Saints died to the hands of their companions. They had all been attacked by several people and died unjustly. They've been affected by the zither music. They've been controlled by it. Find the person who's playing the zither and kill him. A holy emperor from the world of Forsaken Saints bellowed at the sky. His voice was thunderous, causing the surroundings to violently tremble. He was an extremely powerful holy emperor. He had reached the peak of holy emperor. His bellow immediately woke up a few people who had almost been controlled by the zither music. At this moment, a supreme sword chi appeared behind him. Terrifying killing intent immediately enveloped him, causing him to shiver uncontrollably despite being a peak saint emperor. Without any hesitation, he immediately dodged to the side as quickly as he could. He saw a divine sword wrapped in a thick layer of purple light. With a resplendent sword light, it pierced through where he had been standing at lightning speed. When the sword light came into contact with his clothes, they were silently reduced to dust. Jianshan arrived with the Ziying sword. He immediately became slightly surprised when he saw how the holy emperor had actually dodged his attack. However, he did not hesitate at all. With a twist of his wrist, the Qing Sua sword stabbed out as a violet streak of light. There was a dazzling white light within it. This was the sword qi that Jianshan had created after comprehending the way of the sword. The sword qi was condensed from laws. It had already surpassed the limits of regular sword qi. Now that it had fused with the azulate swords, it was clearly even more powerful. The Holy Emperor from the world of Forsaken Saints showed no fear. He bellowed out, and the energy within him surged out like a tsunami. It formed a barrier around him as he swung his blade at Jianshan. The blade shone with a gray light that was filled with the presence of death. It immediately formed a cage around Jianshan. Jianshan immediately felt like he was being suppressed by a mysterious power within the cage formed from the gray aura of death. At the same time, endless gray light invaded his body, rapidly wiping away his life force. Jianshan's eyes narrowed. Chaotic force surged within him, rapidly wiping away the invading presence of death. He ignored the hazy cage around him and stabbed forward with the Ziying sword in his hand. Ding! With the sound of metal clashing, the Ziying sword broke out of the cage and collided with the blade of the Saint Emperor from the world of Forsaken Saints. The blade was cleaved in half by the Ziying sword. The blade constantly trembled as it buzzed, as if it was wailing. The Holy Emperor from the world of Forsaken Saints stared blankly at the broken blade in his hand. His face was filled with shock. The blade had accompanied him for several thousand years and had fought countless battles along the way. It had grown with him. Even when he fought to the death against experts of the same level, his weapon would not be damaged at all, yet it had been unable to block a single strike from Jianshan. It had been cleaved in half like tofu. Why, you're an Origin Realm expert? The Holy Emperor was shocked. From what he knew, probably only Origin Realm experts could do something like this, but he did not sense the pressure of an Origin Realm expert from Jianshan. Jianshan was emotionless. His eyes were cold. After cutting through the blade, the Ziying sword did not slow down at all, stabbing into the Holy Emperor's chest in the end. The powerful sword qi within the sword immediately erupted. Not only did it destroy the Holy Emperor's organs in a single moment, but a strand of pure sword qi also surged up, entering his head and wiping out his soul. An azure streak of light quickly shot through the air near Jianshan, tangling with several dozen Holy Emperors. It was the Qing Suo sword that Jianshan controlled with the senses of his soul. The Qing Suo sword was not in Jianshan's hands, so the power it could unleash was nowhere near as great as the Ziying sword. However, it was a sword with a spirit after all, so no one dared to stand in its way. In a short amount of time, it slew several Holy Emperors and heavily injured several dozen Holy Emperors. Many Holy Emperors from the world of Forsaken Saints had already banded together to deal with the troublesome Qing Suo sword. Shao Jin took action as well. Although he was at the Origin Realm, he did not slaughter the Holy Emperors like Jianshan and Shaoling. Instead, he waved his hand and trapped several Holy Emperors in a golden barrier. Afterward, he stood there in a daze as he watched the Holy Emperors from the world of Forsaken Saints call out in the golden barrier. Shao Jin would only take action when Changyang Zhu Shao and the others were in danger, repelling the enemy. Shao Jin usually did not take action, but when he did, it was shocking. He directly blew apart a Holy Emperor from the world of Forsaken Saints with a single punch, wiping out his soul. His punch was so powerful and brutal that it stunned all the Holy Emperors around him. Most of the 500 Holy Emperors from the world of Forsaken Saints were kept busy by Jianshan and Shaoling. Only a small portion of the Holy Emperors attacked the people of the four races. The number of Holy Emperors that had died to Jianshan and Shaoling's hands had reached 100, but the people of the four races had also died and countless were heavily injured. During this period of time, the elven god tree shone brightly. The power it displayed shocked the elves. Although its battle accomplishments were nothing compared to Jianshan and Shaoling's, the number of Holy Emperors that had died to the tree had reached close to 10. Without any exception, all the Holy Emperors from the world of Forsaken Saints had been entangled by the elven god tree's branches before their vitality was sucked away. All they left behind were skeletal corpses. However, after absorbing the vitality of several holy emperors, the elven godtree's green light became even more dazzling. It enveloped the entire battlefield, providing assistance to the injured. The performance of the ancient divine tree of elves piqued the curiosity of the mighty ones of the elves, who thought they had a good understanding of the divine tree. The divine tree had indeed existed for a very long time, having been passed down from ancient times to the present day. It had never withered and had always been very strong. However, the strength it was displaying now was not quite the same as what was recorded in the ancient book. Chapter 1386. In the North Pole, on a snowy plain, an ice sculpture-like shrine stood there quietly. The shrine was snow-white, as if it had merged with the heavens and earth. It gave off a majestic and vast aura. At this moment, Protector Shui stood at the highest point of the divine hall in silver-white armor. She stood there like an ice sculpture. Her face was covered by a helmet, only revealing a pair of cold eyes. She stared in the direction of the Tian-Yuan continent. Although the Ice Goddess Hall was extremely far away from Mercenary City, Protector Shui's gaze seemed to be able to pierce through time and space. She could clearly see everything that was happening there. Jianchen has already reached a certain level. I never thought that he would comprehend the way of the sword so quickly. There's no one in the Holy Emperor's realm that can be his opponent now. Only those of the Origin realm can keep him at bay. However, the person from the world of Forsaken Saints is even stronger. He has also comprehended the way of the sword, and his comprehension of the way of the sword is far greater than Jianchen's. Although Jianchen's growth is faster than the person from the world of Forsaken Saints, that person will be able to come to the Tian-Yuan continent before long. With his battle prowess that is equivalent to a deity, Jianchen is definitely not his opponent. All that awaits him is death. Her Majesty is still very protective of her younger brother right now, but Jianchen is still the successor of the sword sect of Violet Heavens. He'll become enemies with Her Majesty sooner or later. Although I've promised Emo Tianyun that I wouldn't interfere with Her Majesty and Jianchen's matters, it has nothing to do with me if Jianchen is killed by that person from the world of Forsaken Saints. However, Jianchen's growth is extremely heaven-defying. If he doesn't die this time, he'll catch up to that person from the world of Forsaken Saints before long. And with his relationship with Her Majesty, he might be able to provide some assistance once Her Majesty goes to the Saints' world. Protector Shui murmured to herself as the light in her eyes flickered with uncertainty. Tai Ta and newbies continued to cultivate in the artifact space. Jianchen had basically placed all the heavenly resources he had obtained from the Xian Huang microcosm there. Tai Ta and newbies could enjoy them to their heart's content. Not only had newbies drunk a large amount of divine water of the world to undergo a complete transformation, but he had also used all the heavenly resources Jianchen had placed there. He had used quite a lot of them, so his strength had been rapidly increasing. At the same time, he had used the best spring water of life to brew a pot of comprehension tea and consumed a 5th-grade violet cloud peach, allowing him to reach the great perfection of the Holy Emperor level. He had yet to fully absorb the tremendous energy within the peach, so his strength was slowly approaching the level of the Holy Emperor. Tai Ta's strength had increased drastically as well. Currently, he shone with golden light as he sat there like a golden giant. He breathed in the essence of the world and gave off a colorful glow. His presence was as tremendous as a mountain, enough to suffocate even the Holy Emperor. Tai Ta had embarked on a different path of cultivation. His level of cultivation could not be measured by the standards of the Tian-Yuan continent. It was a system of its own. Whenever he reached a certain level of cultivation, he would undergo a metamorphosis and receive the inheritance of the world. Suddenly, a heavy sound rang out from Tai Ta's body. Immediately, an extremely powerful pulse of energy erupted, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. It seemed like it was about to shatter. The palace that Tai Ta had chosen to cultivate in was directly reduced to dust by the shockwaves of energy. The entire artifact space was affected. The entire world trembled slightly. With Tai Ta as the center, deep ravines began to appear one after another. The energy that had erupted from Tai Ta did not disperse. Instead, it rapidly expanded in all directions as a ripple. Wherever it went, the ground cracked, mountains collapsed, and space fluctuated in an extremely unstable manner. It seemed like it was about to reach the two palaces that Nubes and the White Tiger cultivated in. At this moment, the artifact spirit appeared silently. With a wave of its hand, it moved the other palaces far away before immediately controlling the power of the artifact space to stop the ripple of energy that was expanding in all directions. In the end, the artifact spirit spent quite a lot of effort to stop the ripple of energy, stopping it from expanding any further. However, at this moment, another heavy sound rang out from Tai Ta's body. It was like the sound of a drum. With the sound, another powerful storm of energy erupted from Tai Ta's body, forming a ripple that rapidly expanded in all directions with him at the center. This time, the artifact spirit was prepared. It immediately controlled the power of the artifact to stop the ripple of energy. Soon after, a third and fourth sound rang out from Tai Ta's body. The result was the same each time. With each sound, a great amount of energy would erupt from Tai Ta's body. Tai Ta's strength had already reached a bottleneck, and he was currently in the process of breaking through to a higher realm. However, due to the fact that his cultivation method was extraordinary and originated from the heaven and earth, when he broke through, he caused a huge commotion, which was very different from normal people. Seeing the Iron Tower erupting with such a powerful energy, the artifact spirit's expression finally became serious. If this continued, the Saint artifact would not be able to withstand the torment. This was because Tai Ta's strength had already reached the level of the Holy Emperor. He possessed enough strength to destroy the artifact space. The artifact spirit did not hesitate at all. It waved its hands and gathered all the energy in the artifact space. In the end, it condensed into a huge barrier of energy that enveloped Tai Ta. This was an energy barrier completely condensed from radiant Saint force. It also possessed extremely great defensive abilities. From afar, it seemed like a huge cocoon that enveloped Tai Ta. Bang! Bang! The energy shield set up by the artifact spirit began to tremble violently under the strong impact. Small cracks began to appear and spread throughout the entire energy shield. Finally, with the ninth muffled bang, the energy shield burst open. Immediately, a terrifying presence that was powerful enough to make the world tremble radiated from Tai Ta. It caused the entire artifact space to violently tremble. The surrounding space twisted, as if it was about to collapse from the presence. The entire artifact space was about to shatter. The artifact spirit was shocked. Tai Ta's presence was far more powerful than a regular holy emperor's. Although Tai Ta had just broken through, the artifact spirit felt like it was facing the apex of the holy emperor. Tai Ta had become a saint emperor, but his strength could not be measured by the standards of the Tian-Yuan continent at all. This was because his current strength was incomparable to a regular holy emperor's. The warring gods were born from the world, and their bloodline had been passed down since ancient times. They were blessed by the heavens, and their battle prowess could be said to be the greatest in the world. Every time they broke through, they would experience a qualitative leap, reaching heights that no ordinary person could ever hope to reach. Stop! The space is about to collapse. The artifact spirit cried out. At that moment, a sliver of panic could clearly be seen on its face. Tai Ta was just too powerful. Even though he did not attack the artifact space, just the terrifying presence that radiated from him was enough to destroy the space. This was because the presence contained an extremely powerful battle intent. It was extremely destructive. Tai Ta seemed to hear the artifact spirit's pleading. He began to slowly withdraw his presence, gradually allowing the artifact space to return to peace. Artifact Spirit, I can already sense the intense battle outside. There are many holy emperors, so the people from the world of forsaken saints should have come. Let me out. I want to fight with Jianchen. Tai Ta stood up from the ground and spoke to the artifact spirit with a deep voice. His eyes were filled with battle intent. Chapter 1387. Outside, Jianchen rampaged through the Holy Emperor's army with his sword. No one could stop him. Even though many of the Holy Emperors had reached the peak of the Holy Emperor realm, they were unable to last more than 3 rounds against Jianchen. Ziying's sword was just too powerful. Whether it was their weapons or their powerful armor, they were as fragile as tofu before Ziying's sword. Jianchen and Xiaoling had already frightened the Holy Emperors. They all avoided them as if they had seen a demon. As a result, whenever Jianchen and Xiaoling charged in a certain direction, the Holy Emperors from the world of forsaken saints would avoid them in fear. The battle was very intense, and people were dying all the time. Blood was raining down from the sky, and the ground below had caved in, revealing a bottomless abyss. There was also a terrifying heat wave coming from the depths of the ground. This was the heat emitted by the magma in the depths of the ground. Not only had Mercenary City been completely destroyed, even the region within a radius of 100,000 kilometers had been destroyed. Whether it was the mountains or the rivers, they had all vanished, reduced to history. The region affected was even more vast. The entire Tian-Yuan continent violently shook. The 3 Hall Masters of the Sea Realm had finally hurried over with many holy emperors from their territories to take part in the battle. The Sea Realm's overall strength had always been much greater than the Tian-Yuan continent and the magical beasts, but they had basically turned out in full force this time. The number of holy emperors that had come was 2 or 3 times greater than the number of holy emperor on the Tian-Yuan continent. They began fighting the holy emperors from the world of forsaken saints as soon as possible. The Hall Master of Dragon God Temple and the Hall Master of the Heavens Spirit Hall had yet to recover from their wounds, so they dragged their injured bodies to fight against the holy emperors from the world of forsaken saints. Yadrium's presence was like an ocean, making even some holy emperor from the world of forsaken saints fear her. This was because her current strength had reached the peak of the holy emperor level. She had touched upon the barrier to the origin realm. Aside from that, a holy emperor had appeared in the sea realm as well. She was the greatest hall elder of the sea realm, Atlantis. She had successfully become a saint emperor using the comprehension tea and violet cloud peach that Jianchen had left behind. Even though they had the support of the 4 holy emperor of the sea tribe, they were still unable to reverse the situation. Apart from Jianchen, Xiaoling, and some of the human experts under Xiao Jin's protection, the other tribes had suffered heavy casualties. More than half of the human race had died. The world of forsaken saints had suffered heavy losses as well. They had lost over 200 holy emperors, all to the hands of Jianchen and Xiaoling. At this moment, Jianchen's eyes narrowed. He had already received a message from the artifact spirit. With a thought, the saint artifact shot out from between his eyebrows. As soon as it arrived outside, a powerful storm of energy swept over, causing the saint artifact to shake violently. With a flash of golden light, Tai Ta suddenly appeared. He had emerged from the artifact space. After releasing Tai Ta, the saint artifact did not dare to waste any time, immediately disappearing into Jianchen's sea of consciousness. The battle outside was just far too intense. All of the holy emperors were taking part in the battle. Just the storms of energy they created were enough to obliterate an entire region of space, enough to destroy it. Tai Ta, continue the slaughter. Chase away all the people who have invaded our homeland. Jianchen coldly called out to Tai Ta before continuing his slaughter in another region where Holy Emperor gathered. Tai Ta nodded firmly. The flames of war burned fiercely in his blood, causing his blood to boil. A dazzling, golden light erupted from Tai Ta's body, enveloping him completely. The golden light illuminated the surroundings, drowning out the resplendent green light from the gold spirit god tree. It was as if he had become the only light in the world. At the same time, a supreme battle intent permeated the surroundings. The battle intent possessed the ability to attack the soul. All the people who sensed the battle intent could not help but feel a sliver of fear towards Tai-Ta. Their courage to fight plummeted. Mysteries of war, mortal breaker. Tai-Ta bellowed at the sky. His voice pierced through the 9 heavens, reverberating through the surroundings. He raised his axe high and it shone with a dazzling, golden light. It fused with his battle intent, turning into a 100-meter-long blur as he swung it forward. As the axe swung down, space shattered and a huge chasm appeared. It continued forward with an unstoppable force, enveloping the 4 holy emperors in the distance. The blur of the axe passed through the 4 holy emperors without any obstructions. The 4 holy emperors suddenly stiffened before being cut in half. Their souls were unable to escape, dying just like that. Back in the Sea Realm, Tai-Ta had been able to fight against the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple before he had broken through. Now that he had broken through in the artifact space, his strength had increased tremendously. Killing holy emperors was a piece of cake for him. The War God. It's the War God. The War God has appeared, the heavens have eyes. I've finally seen the War God. Fantastic, fantastic. The War God of our 100 races has reappeared. Our race will prosper once more. Oh, heavens! What am I seeing? The War God has actually killed 4 holy emperors with a single swing of his axe. Am I dreaming? The heavens have blessed our race. Not only has our War God reappeared, but he's even grown to such a powerful level. The heavens have blessed our race. Tai-Ta's appearance caused the people of the 100 races to erupt into an uproar. They all cheered loudly as they lost themselves in their emotions. A few of the older people had even teared up from excitement. Not only was the War God the 100 races worshipped, but he was also their belief, their soul. Tai-Ta slaughtered his way toward the 100 races with his golden axe. When he had absorbed the droplet of blood from the previous War God, Ruijin, he had obtained a portion of Ruijin's memories. He knew that he was the War God of the 100 races and that all the 100 races were his subjects. The 100 races no longer had any expert. They had suffered extremely heavy casualties, and a few of their forbidden artifacts had been destroyed. Even the dwarves' Heaven's Guard had been destroyed. The situation was not optimistic at all. He wanted to go over and assist them. He wanted to become the spear and shield of the 100 races to stop the army. At this moment, a clear thrum of a sword rang out from the tunnel underground. It was not loud, but it was powerful enough to crush everything. It drowned out all the other sounds, including the heavenly enchantress zither music. The heavenly enchantress stopped playing her zither. She placed her slender fingers on the strings as she stared at the tunnel sternly with her enchanting eyes. Jianshan's heart shuddered as well. He pulled his sword back and hovered in the violently pulsing space as he stared at the tunnel. He finally became stern, along with unconcealable shock. This sword hum actually caused his soul to tremble. In that instant, he understood many things. He understood that an extremely terrifying opponent was about to arrive. Moreover, this person had also comprehended the way of the sword, and his accomplishments were greater than his own. He's at the minor achievement of sword origin and is about to reach major achievement. Master, this person is very powerful. Be careful, the sword spirits said. They were very stern. Chapter 1388. At the same time, Xiaoling stopped killing and arrived before Jianshan in a flash. She stared at the tunnel in fear as she nervously grabbed one of Jianshan's arms. She said in fear, "Oh no, big brother. That baddie has come as well." Xiaoling had faced the Spirit King through the seal in the underground before. The Spirit King's strength had deeply shaken Xiaoling's fragile heart. From then on, the Spirit King had cast a shadow in Xiaoling's heart, a shadow that was so powerful that she could not defeat him. Now that she was about to face the person she had once feared, Xiao Ling felt an indescribable fear. "Xiao Ling, don't be afraid. Big Brother is still here." Jianchen comforted her, but he felt uncertain as well. Although he had yet to see the powerful enemy, the enemy had already pressured Jianchen greatly. Jianchen was not confident that he could emerge victorious. Xiao Ling gently agreed and nodded firmly. However, she grabbed onto Jianchen's arm even tighter. She was clearly extremely nervous inside. The Holy Emperor from the world of Forsaken Saints also heard the thrum of the sword from underground. They immediately became excited. They understood the strength of the Spirit King extremely well. He was definitely the most powerful Spirit King in the history of the world of Forsaken Saints. The legends of the Spirit King had already spread like wildfire in the world of Forsaken Saints. Now, the Spirit King had become a legend in the world of Forsaken Saints because he had slain the previous Spirit King, who had reached mid-reciprocity, in 10 moves despite having only just reached reciprocity. This was the reason for his glory. Later on, the other 2 mid- and late reciprocity Spirit Kings from the world of Forsaken Saints joined hands to challenge the new Spirit King. After 4 hours of intense battle, the 2 Spirit Kings were slain by the new Spirit King, creating a legend of invincibility that spread across the entire world of Forsaken Saints and would forever be recorded in the annals of history. As a result, although the Spirit King had only sent a sword this time, it was still the Spirit King's sword after all. It had once been stained with the blood of 3 reciprocity experts. Even though the Tian Yuan continent possessed 2 or 3 Origin Realm experts, the Holy Emperor from the world of Forsaken Saints still did not believe that the people from the Tian Yuan continent were the Spirit King's opponent. Xiao Jin also looked at the depths of the tunnel. He pursed his lips and stared there curiously. "Xiao Jin, stay here and protect great-grandfather and the others. You have to ensure their safety." Jian Chen sent a telepathic message to Xiao Jin. He was worried about Changyang Zhu Xiao and the others, which was why he had always kept Xiao Jin by their side. However, they were not the only people he wanted Xiao Jin to protect. There was also Hao Wu, the Heavenly Enchantress, the Elders of Mercenary City, and a few experts he was on friendly terms with. Afterward, Jianchen glanced in the direction of Taita before pulling Xiao Ling into the depths of the tunnel. Violent bursts of energy would surge out of the tunnel from time to time, striking the sky. The energy was so powerful that it was enough to kill holy emperors instantly. Even holy emperors would become heavily injured if they were careless. Jianchen and Xiao Ling arrived on the other side of the tunnel together. Violent storms of energy surged out of the tunnel, but before he could do anything, Xiao Ling blocked them with a raise of his hand. The storms of energy were fatal to the Holy Emperor, but they posed no threat to Xiao Ling at all. The tunnel was very unstable. The space inside was distorted and blurry, making it seem like chaos. It was impossible to reach the other side of the river of forgetfulness. However, he could vaguely make out a jet-black metal sword slowly moving through the tunnel. The metal sword was just too powerful. Even though the light from the sword had been withdrawn and it had tried its best to make itself seem ordinary, the space behind the metal sword still shattered wherever it passed. It was reduced to nothingness, alternating between chaos and darkness. Jianchen stood in front of the tunnel with the Ziying sword in hand. He glared at the metal sword that was vaguely visible in the tunnel. Suddenly, a burst of energy erupted from his body. The sword qi was so powerful that it temporarily suppressed the streams of energy that surged out of the tunnel. It then turned into a tangible sword qi that shot into the sky from the depths of the tunnel, becoming a tangible sword qi that stood in the surroundings. This time, Jianchen seemed to have become a supreme sword. He shone with a dazzling white light as endless sword qi surged over from all directions. He had pushed his comprehension of sword origin to the limit. With a swing of the Ziying sword, a huge streak of light that was several hundred meters long immediately shot into the tunnel. It flickered with a violet light, dazzling and resplendent. It directly struck the metal sword that was advancing through the tunnel. As soon as the violet light entered the tunnel, it caused the tunnel to violently tremble. The already unstable tunnel was on the verge of shattering. Jianchen could tell with a single glance that it was very difficult for the tunnel to endure energy surpassing the Holy Emperor's level of cultivation. The metal sword's power had clearly exceeded the limits of the tunnel. Even though it was suppressing itself, it was still extremely difficult to advance through the tunnel. Once the tunnel collapsed, the consequences would be unimaginable. What he needed to do was force the metal sword back before it reached the Tianyuan continent, or even destroy the tunnel. The metal sword clearly sensed the danger up ahead. It gently trembled and produced a deep thrum. The thrum formed a sound wave that struck Jianchen's violet sword qi. Although it was still unable to stop the sword qi, it managed to weaken it slightly. Then, the black iron sword emitted a faint black light, and its forward speed suddenly increased, shooting straight ahead like an arrow released from a bow. Boom! The metal sword continued to conceal its sword qi as it suppressed itself. It collided with the violet sword qi, using its toughness to contend with the violet sword qi. This was because the tunnel was very unstable. Jianchen's violet sword qi had almost shattered the tunnel, so the metal sword did not dare to erupt, as it would only accelerate the collapse of the tunnel. The terrifying shock waves from the collision caused the tunnel to tremble even more violently. Cracks began to appear in the tunnel, making it seem like the tunnel was about to shatter. The metal sword paused before continuing forward, leaving the most unstable region. It began to glow with a faint, black light as it sped up. It wanted to leave the tunnel as soon as possible. Jianchen's eyes shone with resplendent light. He let go of the Ziying sword in his hand and used sword manipulation. The Ziying sword immediately flew into the tunnel as a streak of violet light, clashing with the metal sword. Chapter 1389. The metal sword was no ordinary item either. Its grade was no lower than the Ziying sword. Not only did it not fall behind when it clashed with the Ziying sword, but it was even able to do so with ease. However, when the spatial tunnel became severely damaged, the metal sword no longer clashed with the Ziying sword. It blocked the Ziying sword's attacks as it quickly flew toward the exit. Jianchen decisively put away the Ziying sword when he saw that he was unable to do anything to the metal sword. He used the sword technique he had learned from the sword spirits to shoot out 3 strands of powerful sword qi that condensed into a trapping formation, trapping the metal sword in the tunnel. He then constantly swung the Ziying sword, shooting strands of powerful sword qi at the damaged part of the tunnel, causing it to expand rapidly in an attempt to destroy the tunnel. At the same time, Shaoling struck out as well. She copied Jianchen and began attacking the tunnel with all her strength. As long as the tunnel was destroyed, they could temporarily stop the invasion of the foreign world. The tunnel began to collapse in a large area after being attacked by the two of them. The space inside twisted as thick cracks constantly appeared. It was severely damaged. However, the tunnel was far more tenacious than what Jianchen had imagined. It was actually still connected. Although it seemed to be damaged on the surface, it was still connected by strands of a mysterious energy. It was impossible to destroy it completely. At the same time, the metal sword finally displayed its might. An extremely powerful energy erupted from the metal sword, instantly shattering the trapping formation Jianchen had cast down with sword qi. It shot toward the exit with lightning-like speed as a powerful black light. Wherever it passed, the surrounding space within a dozen meters would be reduced to eternal darkness, unable to heal even after a very long time. The tunnel became even more damaged after being struck by the metal sword's powerful attacks. A section of the tunnel had even appeared, but it was still connected by strands of energy. The metal sword had already understood that the tunnel could not be destroyed, so it directly ignored all of this. It erupted with its greatest power and charged out as quickly as it could. In a single moment, the metal sword had traversed the final section of the tunnel and arrived at the exit. It did not slow down at all, stabbing toward Jianchen aggressively. Jianshan immediately raised the Ziying sword in front of him to block. Ding! The sharp tip of the metal sword struck the Ziying sword with great force, producing an abnormally ear-piercing metallic sound. Powerful ripples of energy erupted deep underground, causing huge waves of lava to surge into the sky. The metal sword continued to press against the Ziying sword, erupting with all its might. It knocked Jianshan out of the ground with his sword, turning him into a black speck of light in the blink of an eye. "Big brother!" Xiao Ling let out a cry of surprise and quickly chased after him, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. The battle below continued. Without Jianshan, the Tianyuan continent's side was still not weak with the addition of Tai Ta. However, the casualties of the four races did not decrease at all. They had already lost 2/3 of their people. Although Tai Ta had killed quite a few of the holy emperors from the world of Forsaken Saints, there were still over 100 of them left. Kaiser, Lankiros, and the Path Lord of Carnal Desires had all fled the battlefield due to their heavy injuries. Only the holy emperor of the Peng clan, Songqiong, was covered in blood. He engaged the holy emperors from the world of Forsaken Saints with the greatest speed in the world, but he did not dare to fight them head-on. The sea race had suffered extremely heavy losses as well. Less than half of the people they had brought with them remained. The Hall Master of the Poseidon Hall fought against several holy emperors from the world of Forsaken Saints with her trident. She was covered in blood, both hers and the blood of her enemies. She was extremely heavily injured. Yadrium, who had just become a Saint Emperor, was no longer outside. She had suffered extremely heavy injuries and had almost died, but she had been saved by Yadrium in the final moment. Yadrium had taken her into a divine hall that she carried with her. At this moment, 2 streaks of light shot over from afar. They entered the battlefield with powerful pulses of energy, piercing the heads of 2 holy emperors with a single clash, wiping out their souls. "It's the emperor armaments of our clan. The ancestor has come as reinforcements." The experts from the Tyrant's Blade School and the Changyang Prefecture all gathered their spirits because the 2 weapons were the ancestral artifacts of the Tyrant's Blade School and the ancestral artifact of the Changyang Prefecture, the wave-breaking blade and the ancestral artifact of the Righteous Yang Sword. They charged into the battlefield with terrifying presences that even made Holy Emperor experts tremble. Although the wave-breaking blade and the Righteous Yang Sword were not as powerful as the Azulite swords or the Dark Metal Sword, the 2 weapons did not pose much of a threat to Holy Emperor experts. In a one-on-one battle, the Holy Emperor from the world of Forsaken Saints was not the opponent of the 2 weapons at all. They were slain in 10 moves. Even when several Holy Emperors worked together, they were only able to match the Righteous Yang Sword and the wave-breaking blade. God damn it, those are the weapons of Origin Realm experts. I never thought that there would be Origin Realm experts here. Impossible. There's no Origin energy in this world, and the energy of the world is extremely thin. It's impossible for so many Origin Realm experts to appear here. It's already heaven-defying enough to have 1 or 2. No, there's something wrong with the 2 weapons. They seem to have been heavily injured in the past, causing them to fall from the level of saint artifacts. The holy emperors from the world of Forsaken Saints all cried out, but someone discovered the abnormality of the 2 weapons very soon and pointed it out. This was because the world of Forsaken Saints had never ceased to have Origin Realm experts. As a result, many holy emperors from the world of Forsaken Saints possessed an extremely deep understanding of this realm. The information they possessed regarding the Origin Realm was incomparable to the information on the Tianyuan continent. After all, only 4 Origin Realm experts had appeared on the Tianyuan continent in the past, and that was 1,000,000 years ago. As a result, there were very few records regarding the Origin Realm on the Tianyuan continent. The temperature in outer space was extremely low. It was so cold that even Earth Saint Masters would not be able to survive there. On one side of outer space was a huge, white planet while on the other side was a vast expanse of outer space. There was no gravity, no sense of direction, and no sense of direction. There was no energy of the world either. Even someone as powerful as the Holy Emperor would not be able to replenish his saint force here. At this moment, Jianchen wielded the Ziying sword. He hovered there as a dazzling white light surrounded him. His presence surged like an ocean as his battle intent surged. He stood there like an unsheathed sword. Xiao Ling stood near Jianchen. She nervously stared ahead. Her innocent face was filled with some fear, but it was also filled with caution and caution. It was as if she was facing a great enemy. In front of the two of them, the black iron sword floated there motionlessly. The sword light pulsed, piercing the void to the point of distorting. Then, a dense black light spread out from the iron sword, quickly condensing into a tall figure. Chapter 1390. The middle-aged man looked at Jianchen and Xiao Ling. His face was indifferent and his eyes were deep. However, the moment he saw Jianchen, a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. A sliver of surprise flashed through the depths of his eyes. He had never thought that there would be another expert on par with the Origin Realm aside from Xiao Ling. He had never thought that this person would have also reached the way of the sword. Although this person's cultivation was lower than his, only he understood just how difficult it was to reach the way of the sword. Even in the world of Forsaken Saints, there were countless experts who used the sword. There were many who had reached the Origin Realm, but none of them had reached the way of the sword. Not to mention, the person who had comprehended the way of the sword came from a world where Origin energy was no longer present and where Origin Realm experts were extremely rare. Afterward, the middle-aged man looked at the huge planet below him. He stared in the direction of the Tian Yuan continent and immediately frowned. He murmured, "I've underestimated your strength." "Who are you?" Jianchen asked with a heavy voice. Although he could tell that the person before him was not in person and was only a strand of energy and soul, he still gave off a mountainous pressure. If the person had come in person, just how terrifying of an opponent would he be? "You can call me the Spirit King," the middle-aged man said indifferently. Jianchen shivered inside. He said, "Spirit King, the ruler of the world of Forsaken Saints really is you. However, this world belongs to us. It's not a place where you should have come. We must come to this place. No one can stop us," the Spirit King said very indifferently, but his voice was filled with determination. Jianchen's eyes turned cold. Even though his opponent's strength was rather frightening, he was not in person, so he did not fear him. He coldly said, "If that's the case, we can only fight." Jianchen gripped the Ziying sword tightly as shocking sword chi condensed around him. It enveloped him with a dazzling white light, causing the surrounding space to violently shake. The Ziying sword erupted with an unprecedentedly bright light as terrifying pulses of energy pulsed. Afterward, Jianchen seemed to have become a sword as he shot toward the Spirit King as a violet streak of light. He did not hold back at all. He had used his full strength for the attack. Whether it was his fourth-layer chaotic force or his comprehension of the way of the sword, he had pushed them to their limit. His chaotic force had become even more powerful through the amplification of the Ziying sword. Combined with his comprehension of the way of the sword, the attack had completely exceeded the Holy Emperor's level of cultivation. It had reached the level of an Origin Realm expert. The violet streak of light tore through space, creating a huge crack that was several hundred meters long and over 10 meters wide. Jianchen's attack was just too powerful. If it landed on the Tian Yuan continent, it would have been able to cut off a chunk of it. The Spirit King remained unmoving. He remained composed and composed. He possessed great confidence. His stalwart body seemed to become extremely large, as if he could hold up the world by himself. He gripped the Cloudstream sword in his right hand. It flickered with dark light as an extremely great force accumulated within it. He then stabbed it toward the Ziying sword in the most basic way possible. This was the most basic stab of ordinary sword techniques, but it displayed extraordinary might in the Spirit King's hands. It was a simple stab, but it seemed to contain a supreme ability, so the attack was not as simple as it seemed. It contained the power of the world, and had fused with the laws of the world. Boom! The tips of the Cloud Stream sword and the Ziying sword collided violently, immediately erupting with a deafening boom. Powerful ripples of energy swept out in all directions as terrifying storms of energy, causing space to tremble and the stars to dim. The Ziying sword's forward momentum came to a halt as Jianshan's figure was revealed. He was enveloped by the violet light from the Ziying sword, as if he had fused with the Ziying sword. The Ziying sword and the Cloudstream sword did not separate. The tips of the two swords collided and entered a stalemate in the air. Vast amounts of energy surged out from the two swords in an attempt to compete. As the energy clashed, the space there began to shatter. A black hole had even appeared at the tip of the two swords, rapidly expanding. The ripples of energy from the clash of the two swords all vanished into the black hole. Jianshan and the Spirit King entered a stalemate just like that. Although the Spirit King possessed strength at reciprocity, he had not come in person this time. He had only left behind a sliver of energy in the Cloudstream sword, so he was unable to unleash all of his strength. At this moment, Xiaoling struck out as well. She suppressed her fear and silently appeared behind the Spirit King. She raised her small fist and threw it out viciously. As soon as she struck out, the surrounding space collapsed. Xiaoling's punch was just too powerful. It was even more powerful than Jianshan's attack. The Spirit King did not become flustered at all. In a single moment, a powerful sword qi condensed in his left hand. It shone with a dazzling white light, illuminating the surrounding space. This was a sword qi he had used with his comprehension of the laws of the sword. It was not condensed from pure energy but condensed from laws. It was much more powerful than Jianshan's sword qi. The Spirit King did not even look back. He swung the sword behind him with lightning-like speed, forcing Xiaoling to pull back her fist and block the sword qi. Bang! With a heavy sound, the sword qi dispersed. Xiaoling had successfully blocked the Spirit King's attack, but she had been forced back several kilometers. So powerful! Xiaoling sighed in amazement. Her innocent eyes were filled with disbelief. She had reached returnance, yet the Spirit King had not come in person. Just a clone condensed from energy had forced her back. Break! The Spirit King gently snorted. His arms suddenly shook and a supreme force erupted from the Cloudstream sword. It immediately broke the balance of the Ziying sword and suppressed Jianshan in a single moment, knocking Jianshan far away with his sword. Jianshan became extremely stern. The Spirit King's strength had exceeded his expectations. He had never thought that even a clone would be so powerful. Jianshan steadied himself in the distance. He formed a seal with his hand as he rapidly formed various complicated seals. He then yelled out, "Sky-severing strike." At that moment, the Ziying sword became a 100-meter-long sword. Violet sword qi surged as it shot toward the Spirit King with lightning-like speed. This was one of the sword techniques that the Ziying sword spirits had passed on to Jianshan. Although it was only a basic technique in the eyes of the sword spirits, Jianshan was able to erupt with power that exceeded his own strength when he used it. It was like a saint ruler using a saint-tier battle skill. It could heavily injure a holy emperor. At the same time, the sword technique was far more powerful than a saint-tier battle skill. The Spirit King's eyes narrowed. His presence had been locked onto, so he could not dodge. All he could do was take the attack head-on. As the Ziying sword swung down, he felt like his body had been sealed by a mysterious power, making him as heavy as a mountain. "This is a sword domain," the Spirit King murmured. A gleam of light flashed through his eyes, but he showed no fear at all. Instead, his battle intent surged as he yelled out, "World Breaker!" The Cloudstream sword did not erupt with much power. With a dark flash, it struck the empty space and immediately dispersed the invisible power that had trapped him. Break! The Spirit King yelled out once again. He directly charged toward the Ziying sword with the Cloudstream sword. A strange power flowed through the Cloudstream sword as it struck the Ziying sword. Chapter 1391. Jianchen was surprised. The sword technique he had used was from the Ziyu sword spirit. Even though it was only a basic sword technique, it still came from the Immortals world, so it possessed unimaginable power. However, it had been destroyed so easily by the Spirit King, which filled him with disbelief. If the Spirit King had come in person, it would have been acceptable for him to break through his sword technique so easily. However, the Spirit King had only left behind a strand of energy and a strand of his soul in the sword. The Spirit King's comprehension of the laws of the sword is greater than mine. Is he using his advantage in the laws of the sword to block my sword technique so easily? Jianchen thought quickly, but he did not stop moving at all. He swung the Ziying sword and used a second sword technique. 3 strands of sword chi shot toward the Spirit King with lightning-like speed. The 3 strands of sword chi did not directly attack the Spirit King. Instead, they formed a trapping formation around the Spirit King, trapping him in a triangular formation. Each strand of sword chi was 2 meters long and shone with a dazzling light. The 3 strands of sword chi resonated with one another from afar. Their combined power sealed off the region of space. Jianchen's presence skyrocketed. He arrived above the Spirit King with a flash with the Ziying sword in hand. At the same time, the Qing Suo sword flew below the Spirit King as an azure streak of light under his control. Afterward, the 2 swords shot toward the Spirit King, one above and one below. 2 streaks of light, one violet and one azure, shot through the air at an unbelievable speed. If it were not for the Spirit King in the middle, the 2 swords would have collided with each other. Destroy the formation! The Spirit King's expression did not change at all. He bellowed out and stabbed out with the Cloudstream sword. Immediately, a mysterious power struck Jianchen's trapping formation. With a boom, the Spirit King easily destroyed the trapping formation created by Jianchen's 3 strands of sword chi. Afterward, the Spirit King shot into the sky and received Jianchen's lightning-like attack with a terrifying presence. The Qing Suo sword exploded with azure light beneath the Spirit King's feet. It shot up as an azure streak of light, working with the Ziying sword to attack the Spirit King from above and below. Slivers of supreme yin qi radiated from the sword, while the Ziying sword radiated with supreme yang qi. This was the yin and yang qi that had been condensed from chaotic force at the beginning of the world. It was the power of the sword spirit. Although the sword spirits were heavily injured and the yin and yang qi had become extremely weak, the combination of supreme yin and supreme yang qi would erupt with unbelievable power. Just when the Spirit King was about to come into contact with the Ziying sword, he sensed the slivers of supreme yang qi radiating from the Ziying sword. He immediately sensed danger and stopped his charge without any hesitation. With a single movement, he appeared 1,000 meters away. As soon as the Spirit King disappeared, the resplendent lights from the Ziying sword and Qing Suo sword overlapped. However, the 2 swords did not come into contact with each other. Instead, they passed by each other with a distance of less than 3 inches between them. The strands of supreme yin qi and supreme yang qi fused together, erupting with a terrifying ripple of destruction. 9 godly arts, slaughtering technique. In the distance, Shaoling's face lit up. She used the supreme technique Mo Tianyun had left behind in the past, the 9 godly arts. Her hands formed claws as terrifying energy condensed. She then viciously swiped them forward. The space around Shaoling trembled when she struck out. The claw shattered the space before her and an extremely powerful force of slaughter shot toward the Spirit King in the form of a crescent moon. The killing intent was so powerful that it could obliterate the world and affect a person's soul. Just the terrifying killing intent from the force of slaughter would have been enough to disperse the soul of a weaker person. Jianchen's eyes narrowed. He had seen countless Saint-Tier battle skills in the past, but Shaoling's 9 godly arts had completely exceeded the realm of Saint-tier battle skills. Just from the might of the slaughtering technique, he could tell that the 9 godly arts were definitely not weaker than the sword techniques the sword spirits had passed on to him. It might even be much more powerful. This was because Saint-tier battle skills were only suitable for Saint rulers. When used by holy emperors, their effects were not particularly obvious to holy emperors. However, the 9 godly arts were still so effective to Shaoling, who had reached returnance. This could only mean that the 9 godly arts were of extremely high quality. The Spirit King's indifferent eyes shone with interest at that moment. He stared at the force of slaughter that shot toward him. He actually felt like he could not dodge the force of slaughter, as if the force of slaughter would catch up to him no matter how he dodged. The Spirit King raised the Cloudstream sword in his hand, and endless white light condensed in the air. At that moment, the Cloudstream sword shone brightly. Afterward, he turned into a blur and charged over, using the Cloudstream sword to strike the force of slaughter. Boom! With a great boom, the force of slaughter was dispersed by the Cloudstream sword, while the Spirit King was blown far away with his sword. His condensed body became slightly blurry. As he retreated, the Spirit King tossed out the Cloudstream sword in his hand. It flickered with a dark light and shot toward Shaoling like a venomous snake hidden in the darkness. With a thought, Jianshan used the sword manipulation technique and controlled the twin swords to shoot toward the Cloudstream sword, intercepting it. He used the illusory flash to catch up to the Spirit King and condensed a sword from Sword Chi in his right hand to stab at the Spirit King. 9 godly arts, Heaven and Earth Seal. Just when the Spirit King wanted to use the same method to deal with his opponent, Shaoling used the 9 godly arts again, freezing the surrounding space in a single moment. Caught off guard, the Spirit King was immobilized. The 9 godly arts were far more powerful than the basic sword techniques Jianshan had grasped. Now that it was used by Shaoling, who had reached returnance, it was even more powerful. Unless the Spirit King personally came, it was impossible for his clone to break through it in a single moment. The sword Chi in Jianshan's hand pierced the Spirit King's body. No blood flowed out, but the Spirit King's body became much dimmer. His figure, condensed from a strand of his soul, rapidly weakened. The Spirit King remained composed despite being heavily injured. His expression did not change at all. Endless white light surged around him, turning into countless sharp swords that shot into the surroundings. He broke through Shaoling's restraints and extended a finger with his right hand. A strand of sword Chi pierced Jianshan's chest. Jianshan was made of flesh and blood, unlike the Spirit King, who was condensed from a strand of energy. He grunted and shot back with lightning speed. The Spirit King's sword Chi was like a venomous snake as it rampaged through his body. Whether it was his flesh, blood, or organs, they were all pulverized wherever it passed. The sword Chi was condensed from laws, so it was much more powerful than the sword Chi he could use. Jianshan did not dare to be careless. He immediately used the chaotic force within him to envelop the sword Chi. At the same time, he began to use his comprehension of the way of the sword to destroy the sword Chi the Spirit King had left behind. At the same time, the Spirit King went through the same situation as Jianshan. A strand of Jianshan's sword Chi rampaged through his condensed body, but the Spirit King's comprehension of the way of the sword was greater than Jianshan's, so he destroyed the sword Chi very quickly. Big brother! Shaoling immediately panicked when she saw that Jianshan was injured. She became worried, but she also knew that she needed to defeat the Spirit King if she wanted to help Jianshan. She immediately dismissed her thoughts and formed a seal with her hands, using the 9 godly arts again. 9 godly arts, Descent of the Divine Beast. A huge white tiger appeared on Shaoling's back. It stood majestically in the sky, sacred and inviolable. It seemed like a god had descended. The white tiger roared at the sky before leaping up. It seemed to pass through space with that leap, ignoring the distance between them. It appeared before the Spirit King as if it had teleported. It swung a claw at the Spirit King with terrifying might. The claw also possessed the power of slaughter and was filled with killing intent. The Spirit King became rather stern for the first time. His presence surged as he recalled the Cloudstream sword. He pushed his minor achievement of sword origin to the limit as the Cloudstream sword slashed toward the White Tiger with a dazzling light. P.S. Writing. Chapter 1392. The White Tiger's figure dimmed from the Spirit King's attack, but the claw still managed to penetrate the Spirit King's body with an extremely powerful presence of slaughter. The Spirit King's body began to distort and change shape, turning into a ball of pure and powerful energy. However, the strand of the Spirit King's soul was still there. Using his soul to control the energy, he reformed the body of energy in almost a single moment. However, his body was half-transparent now. His energy had been depleted at an extremely rapid rate after withstanding the claw attack. The White Tiger did not disappear. It stood majestically in the surroundings. Even though it had dimmed from the Spirit King's attack, it still radiated with a terrifying presence. It then extended its claw once again, heading toward the Spirit King with the force of slaughter. The Spirit King was just far too powerful. He had reached the minor achievement of sword origin, so his battle prowess far exceeded experts of the same level. As a result, his clone was no weaker than Returnant's experts. He did not hold back at all when he used his full strength against the White Tiger a second time. He pushed the clone to its limit. After 2 clashes, the White Tiger's figure was finally dispersed while the Spirit King was heavily injured. His body of energy had become extremely dim, but he still seemed invincible even though that was the case. His presence did not weaken at all. The Cloudstream sword in his hand had dimmed as well. He had used up most of the energy the Spirit King had left behind in the past few clashes. There was not much left. Moreover, the Spirit King's original body was not present, so he could not replenish what he had used up in this world. At this moment, Jianshan had destroyed the strand of sword chi the Spirit King had left in him. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth and his face was rather pale. He could obviously tell the Spirit King's condition, so he ignored his injuries and immediately charged up to engage in a great battle with the Spirit King. He wanted to deplete the Spirit King's clone as soon as possible. Xiaoling joined in as well. She worked with Jianshan against the Spirit King. She used the 9 godly arts several times as well. Every single one of the 9 attacks possessed unfathomable power. They were both offensive and supportive, and all of them possessed a chi of slaughter. The last few attacks all had the figure of a White Tiger, each more powerful than the last. The 3 of them fought fiercely in the void beyond the heavens, shattering the void and dimming the stars. The Spirit King's body became weaker and weaker. In the end, he directly entered the Cloudstream sword and fused with it, controlling it in battle. Jianshan's injuries were also extremely severe. There were a few sinister and terrifying wounds on his body that pierced through his body, causing his entire body to be bathed in blood. Every single wound had a powerful sword chi flashing within, making it difficult to heal. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light shot into outer space from the planet below like a bolt of lightning. It radiated with an extremely tremendous presence, causing the surrounding space to almost freeze. The sea goddess had taken part in the battle. She was enveloped in extremely dense water-attributed energy, radiating with terrifying ripples of energy. It was difficult to see her true appearance. Poseidon had immediately found a secret place to enter secluded cultivation as soon as her body had been reforged. Now that she had finally recovered all of her strength, her battle prowess had reached her peak. Poseidon tossed out a trident. It was surrounded by powerful blue flames and gave off a terrifying presence. It collided with the Cloudstream sword and immediately produced a deafening boom, causing the surrounding space to collapse. The trident's blue light dimmed as it flew back into the sea goddess' hands. She then charged forward with the trident in hand, giving off a terrifying aura as she closed in on the flowing cloud sword and engaged in a great battle with it. At the same time, Jianchen and Xiao Ling moved as well. Jianchen's Ziying sword shone with a violet, gray, and white light. He struck the cloud stream sword with his full strength, producing a metallic screech. He knocked the sword several dozen kilometers away. A powerful force of slaughter pulverized space with supreme killing intent. It struck the cloud stream sword at the same time as the Ziying sword, causing the sword to gently tremble. The Spirit King's power had mostly been depleted, so he could not last much longer. Coupled with the fact that Poseidon had taken part in the battle, he had gained another powerful enemy. He immediately lost the upper hand and was forced back by the three of them. Today is the first time in my life that I've failed in a great battle against an opponent of the same level. This is a painful lesson for me. I will remember this failure forever. I never thought that there would be more than one Origin Realm expert in your world. I underestimated your strength and made the wrong decision, which led to today's failure. However, you still can't stop us from coming here. That day won't be too far away. The Spirit King's voice rang out from the Cloudstream sword. His voice was firm and forceful. Afterward, he turned into a dark streak of light and left with the Cloudstream sword. He shot off in the direction of the Tianyuan continent, leaving through a tunnel in space. Jianchen, Xiao Ling, and Poseidon did not stop him. The Spirit King was just too powerful. Even though he had only sent a sword and a clone, the three of them still could not stop him. Phew, so powerful. This person really is powerful. I used the most powerful ability Master left behind, the 9 godly arts, but I still couldn't kill him. He still managed to escape in the end, Xiao Ling sighed. She patted her chest and sighed emotionally. Afterward, she arrived beside Jianchen in a flash. When she saw how bloody Jianchen was, her eyes immediately became moist. She sobbed, "Big brother, you're injured. You've lost a lot of blood." Jianchen smiled victoriously. He rubbed Xiao Ling's head and said, "I'm fine. It's just some small wounds. They're nothing to me. I'll recover very quickly." With that, Jianchen was enveloped by a dense and gentle white light. Enveloped by the light, his wounds immediately healed at a visible rate. Jianchen was a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master in the first place, so he used a strand of Radiant Saint Force Origin energy to heal without holding back. Coupled with the recovery of his chaotic body, his wounds healed at an unbelievable rate. He made a full recovery very quickly. Although the Spirit King had retreated, the battle on the Tianyuan continent still had not ended. He needed to recover as soon as possible so that he could join the battle and reduce the number of casualties on his side. After recovering from his wounds, Jianchen discovered that the sea goddess had already left outer space and was participating in the battle below. Only Xiao Ling stood to one side, blinking her eyes as she looked at him eagerly. "Xiao Ling, let's go down," Jianchen said to Xiao Ling before returning to the Tianyuan continent with Xiao Ling. Chapter 1393. Very soon, the battle between the world of Forsaken Saints and the Tianyuan continent came to an end. Although the great battle that spanned across 2 different worlds did not last for very long, it was without a doubt extremely influential. It had shaken up the entire world and was destined to be recorded in history. It was even worse than the great battle between the humans, magical beasts, and the 100 races in ancient times. With the end of the war, the Tianyuan continent had suffered extremely heavy damage. A bottomless pit had appeared in a radius of several thousand kilometers around Mercenary City. It was pitch black in the pit, and a wave of heat rose up from it, causing the temperature of the region to rapidly rise. This was the heat from the magma deep underground. However, the churning sea of magma at the bottom of the pit was no longer visible because the pit was just too deep. As for the ruins of Mercenary City, they had already vanished without a trace during the battle. Some of the buildings in the city had fallen into deep pits and been buried by the lava. An unusual pulse of energy pulsed at the center of the pit. It was the tunnel leading to the world of Forsaken Saints. It had not been destroyed in the battle. Although the tunnel seemed very fragile, it was very difficult to destroy. Even if a portion of it was destroyed, it would remain intact and slowly heal. The experts of the 4 races hovered in the air after surviving the calamity. Many of them were covered in blood, not only from themselves but also from their enemies. A few of the Holy Emperor experts had been crippled in the battle, missing an arm or a leg. It was a horrible sight. Very few of them remained unscathed. We've won. We've killed all the several hundred Holy Emperor invaders from the world of Forsaken Saints. We've successfully defended our world. A Holy Emperor expert could not help but cry out. His voice was filled with the joy of victory and uncontainable excitement. The joy of victory appeared on everyone's faces after surviving the calamity. All of them smiled from the bottom of their hearts. On their side, there were only a few Holy Emperor experts, while their opponents had several hundred Holy Emperor experts. The difference in strength was unimaginable. They had still managed to emerge victorious despite such a great disparity in strength. This had exceeded everyone's expectations. But soon after, when these people saw the scattered people floating in the air, the excitement on their faces slowly disappeared, and it turned into pain. When the battle came to an end, less than a quarter of the people from the 4 clans were left. The rest had all fallen in this battle and disappeared from the world forever. It had to be mentioned that almost all of them were saint kings. Only an extremely small number of them were saint rulers. Whether it was on the Tian-Yuan continent or the other 3 races, experts at that level were existences that stood at the apex of the pyramid. Now that so many of them had been killed, the 4 races found it rather difficult to accept. The Tian-Yuan continent, the magical beasts, the 100 races, and the sea race had all suffered heavy losses from the battle. Aside from Yadrium and Songqiong, the Holy Emperor of the Peng clan, the other Holy Emperor experts had all fled before the battle had ended due to their heavy injuries. It's all thanks to Jianchen that we were able to achieve victory this time. Over 100 of the Holy Emperor experts from the world of Forsaken Saints died to his hands, the Grand Elder said in a sorrowful voice. Mercenary City had suffered extremely heavy losses in the battle. Only 3 Holy Emperor experts remained. The others had all died. Their corpses had fallen into the huge pit below and were buried by the lava. They could not be found anymore. Immediately, everyone's gazes gathered on Jianchen. The experts from the Tian-Yuan continent and the Beast God continent all revealed extremely mixed expressions. The experts from the 2 continents understood Jianchen extremely well. He was not an old monster who had cultivated for several thousand years. Instead, he was a junior who had only cultivated for a few decades, yet he had already reached a level that they could not hope to catch up to. He had killed Holy Emperor experts as easily as ants, which greatly impacted their souls. Is Jianchen really the reincarnation of Mo Tianyun? At this moment, not only the human race, but also the beast race experts all had the same thought. Afterward, these people shifted their gazes from Jianchen to Shao Jin, Tai Ta, and Poseidon. Quite a few people had witnessed Shao Jin and Tai Ta's display of strength during the battle, which greatly shocked many of them. Only Poseidon and the others had not seen her before. Although no one could see her clearly due to the dense layer of blue light that enveloped Poseidon, her ocean-like presence and surging water elemental energy made it obvious who she was. Yadrium greets your majesty. Yadrium arrived before Poseidon and knelt on one knee as she said politely. You're very heavily injured. Go back and heal first, Poseidon said nonchalantly. Yes, your majesty. Yadrium stood up and glanced back at the heavily injured experts of the sea race. Afterward, she immediately returned to the sea realm with a portion of the heavily injured people, leaving behind a few people with lighter injuries to guard the place. All the experts of the 100 races had already knelt on the ground and performed the most respectful greeting to their war god. They were all extremely emotional. Even though they had also suffered heavy losses in the battle, the return of the war god had washed away their sorrow. This was because the war god was their soul. He was their pillar of support and where their faith lay. On the other hand, the remaining experts of the magical beasts all revealed very ugly expressions. The return of the war god of the 100 races was not a good thing for the magical beasts. Tai Ta's golden light began to slowly disperse before he strode through the air, making his way toward Jianchen step by step. Tai Ta's actions naturally attracted everyone's attention. Immediately, everyone's gazes gathered on him. Ignoring his identity as the war god of the 100 races, just the strength he had displayed was enough to make him an extremely dazzling star. Many people held their breath. Most of them did not know about the relationship between Tai Ta and Jianchen. Chapter 1394. Just when everyone was guessing whether a conflict would occur between the war god of the 100 races and Jianchen, who had basically become the strongest human expert, Tai Ta had already arrived before Jianchen. The golden axe in his hand slowly vanished, and at that moment, he seemed like an ordinary person. Aside from his golden skin, he seemed no different from an ordinary person. After breaking through, Tai Ta would possess devastating power once he erupted, but once he returned to normal, he would return to his original state. Jianchen, I want to visit the wasteland continent of the 100 races, Tai Ta said in a low, muffled voice. His eyes shone with interest. When he obtained a portion of the memories from the drop of golden blood left behind by Ergens on Dragon Island, he was extremely eager to make a trip to the wasteland continent where the 100 races resided, because in the depths of his heart, he felt that only that place was where he belonged. Back then, he was far too weak. If it was exposed, the 100 races would not have been able to protect him even if they mobilized all their forces. This was because the news of the war god's reappearance had spread. Not only did the magical beasts want to kill him, but many experts of the Tian Yuan continent as well. However, the situation was different now. His strength had reached a level where he could look down on the entire world. As long as Origin Realm experts did not appear, no one in the world could do anything to him. Go. Once I deal with some matters on the Tian Yuan continent, I'll come to the wasteland continent to find you, Jianchen said calmly. However, he was rather worried inside. He could already tell that a large portion of the magical beasts and the 100 races still had not let go of their past grievances. Now that Tai Ta represented the 100 races, the white tiger would definitely represent the magical beasts in the future. What he did not want to see the most was the white tiger and Tai Ta standing on opposing sides one day. Tai Ta left under the escort of the experts of the 100 races, returning to the wasteland continent with them. Although less than a third of the people from the 100 races had returned, all of them were filled with joy. The Heaven's Guard shield passed down by the dwarves since ancient times had been shattered. The fragments had been brought back to the wasteland continent by the dwarf. The elven godly tree had also disappeared from the world. It had also been brought back by the elves. However, the elven god tree did not change at all after absorbing all the life force of over a dozen foreign holy emperors. When the projection of the tree vanished, the branch returned to its original state. The tremendous life force it had absorbed from the foreign holy emperors had vanished. The wave-breaking blade and righteous Yang sword shot off into the sky with the conclusion of the battle. No one had seen where the person who had secretly taken action was, but many people recognized the two extraordinary weapons as the ancestral weapons of the Tyrant's Blade School and the Protector clans of the Changyang Prefecture. They were all shocked by the power of the two weapons. This was because the power the two ancestral weapons had displayed in the battle had completely exceeded what was recorded in the ancient record. Even in the glorious ancient times, when the Holy Emperor wielded the ancestral weapons, it was impossible for them to display such power. Afterward, the people gathered there all left. The Holy Emperor of the Peng clan, Sangqiong, also returned to the Beast God continent with the magical beasts. none of them stayed behind. They were all very heavily injured, so they needed to hurry back and heal. Poseidon left by himself as well. He left silently. Only around a dozen holy emperors from his hall, who were not too heavily injured, remained. In the blink of an eye, only the several dozen human experts and a few exhausted Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters remained. These people were the last survivors of the battle. There were probably only a few dozen Holy Emperor experts left on the entire Tian-Yuan continent. Even if there were a few people who remained in seclusion, their numbers could be counted with a single hand. Even the Radiant Saint Master Union suffered very heavy losses. A few of their originally few Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters had died. Including the President and Grand Elder, there were only 7 Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters left. Among the Protector clans, the Changyang Prefecture still possessed the greatest battle prowess. Other than the people from the Qing and Yuan branches who had not taken part in the battle, Changyang Zhu Shao, Changyang Zhu Yunshao, and Changyang Zhu Yeyun of the Zhu branch were all fine. They were only slightly injured. If it were not for Shao Jin's constant protection, the 3 of them probably would have died already. The Holy Emperor experts of the Shunshao sect, Yangji Zong, Yuan sect, and Mayuan clan had all died. Their emperor armaments had fallen into the sea of lava below as well. The Protector clans of the Yu family had lost more than half of their Holy Emperor experts. The Holy Emperor of the Heavens Incense School only had one survivor after several people had died, but he was barely alive. Just like the Karl Empire, only a single Holy Emperor remained after the death of the founding Emperor of the Felicity Empire. The ancestor of the Tsar family of the Holy Emperor's City of God, Tsar Mole, had also died in the battle. On the other hand, the Holy Emperor experts of the other 2 clans of the Holy Emperor's empire were still alive. This caused the Holy Emperor of the Holy Emperor's empire's Tsar family, which completely surpassed the combined strength of the other 2 clans, to suddenly fall. On the other hand, Mercenary City, which was originally slightly more powerful than the Protector clans, only had 3 Holy Emperor experts left. Fortunately, very few saint rulers had taken part in the battle this time, so the future bloodline had not been cut off. Before long, a new Holy Emperor would appear on the Tian-Yuan continent. Brother Jianchen, thank your friend beside you for his assistance so many times. Otherwise, I probably would have been done for long ago. The ancestor of the Kara clan gratefully thanked Jianchen. He would glance at Shao Jin, who stood beside Jianchen, from time to time as interest filled his eyes. Jianchen clasped his hands and exchanged some pleasantries. Not only was Kalilo Kara Livy's great-grandfather, but his Kara clan was also an organization that the Qin Empire relied on. As a result, Jianchen needed to take care of Kalilo. Afterward, Jianchen looked at the heavenly enchantress. Just when he was about to go up, the heavenly enchantress unexpectedly left as a blur with a single movement. Jianchen stood there and silently watched the heavenly enchantress leave. Only after quite a while did he gently sigh. He did not chase after her. Sai, our mercenary city, was founded in ancient times and has existed for over 1,000,000 years. It has become a symbol of the Tian-Yuan continent long ago, but I never thought that it would be destroyed like this. Not even a ruin remains. The Grand Elder of Mercenary City stared at the bottomless pit below him as sorrow filled his face. Although the former Mercenary City has been destroyed, it was only a shell of Mercenary City that was destroyed. Its soul still exists. We need to rebuild Mercenary City. That's right. We can rebuild the city even if it's destroyed. Don't forget that we still have the Great Barrier Spirit, the esteemed Great Elder, and the heritage we've accumulated over countless years. Chapter 1395. Elders, I'm willing to assist you in rebuilding Mercenary City so that it can return to its peak strength in the shortest amount of time possible. Jianchen expressed his stance as well. He had left behind a heavy mark on Mercenary City when he was growing up, so he held special feelings for the city. Now that he saw the renowned mercenary city vanish from the Tianyuan continent, he did not feel good about it. Xiao Ling, who stood beside Jianchen, became very unhappy as well. She was extremely depressed and seemed to be in low spirit. If one were to ask about the deepest feelings for Mercenary City, it would definitely be Xiao Ling. She had grown up in Mercenary City and had silently protected it for countless years. To her, Mercenary City was definitely not as simple as a home because it contained traces of her master, Mo Tianyun. The three remaining Holy Emperor Elders all clasped their hands at Jianchen in gratitude. Every single one of them was filled with respect. This was respect for the strong. The battle had completely solidified Jianchen's status. Great-grandfathers, great-grandmother, how are your wounds? I'll use origin energy of Radiant Saint Force to heal you. Jianchen looked at Chongyang Zushao, Chongyang Zushao, and Chongyang Zushao. His eyes were filled with concern. No matter how powerful he was now, the three of them were still his ancestors. He, great-grandson, our wounds are fine. We'll be fine after consuming some healing pills. There's no need for you to go through so much trouble, Chongyang Zushao chuckled. Chongyang Zushao chuckled. Chongyang Zuyanshao and Chongyang Zuyin smiled happily as well. They felt extremely happy when they heard Jianchen refer to them as great-grandfathers and great-grandmother. They felt extremely proud. After all, Jianchen's current status was extraordinary. In the eyes of many people, he was already an Origin Realm expert. Even the Holy Emperor could not last long before being slain by him. Great-grandson, may I ask who this is? Chongyang Zuyanshao looked at Xiao Jin and asked out of curiosity. He was filled with gratitude for Xiao Jin because he understood that if it were not for Xiao Jin's assistance, he probably would have died in the battle. Jianchen told them about Xiao Jin's origins. When they learned that the shocking lightning from the tungsten alloy mine had descended because of Xiao Jin and his true identity, the three of them and the three Holy Emperor Elders of Mercenary City were all stunned. Disbelief filled their faces. Xiao Jin was actually an innate spirit born from the world, and he possessed strength at the Origin Realm as soon as he was born. This had completely overturned their understanding of the world. After all, Origin Realm experts were extremely rare even in ancient times. There were only 4 known of them. Jianchen exchanged some pleasantries with Chongyang Zushao and the others before returning to Flame City with Xiao Jin. The three of them did not stay for long either. After Jianchen left, they returned to Chongyang Prefecture in Lore City as well. Xiao Ling did not leave with Jianchen. She stayed behind in pain as she stared in the direction where Mercenary City had vanished. Not only had she lost her home with the disappearance of Mercenary City, but she had also lost all traces of her master. This made her extremely sad. Even with Jianchen's consolation, she was unable to calm down. The shocking battle in Mercenary City spread across the entire Tianyuan continent like wildfire, causing a great uproar. Not only did it cause an uproar on the Tianyuan continent, but it also affected the Sea Race, the magical beasts, and the 100 races. Although the 4 races had suffered extremely heavy losses, they had still emerged victorious in the end, slaying all the invaders. As a result, the invasion of the world of Forsaken Saints did not cause much panic. There were even a few places that were filled with a celebratory atmosphere. At the same time, Jianchen, Xiao Jin, Xiao Ling, Poseidon, and the war god of the 100 races, Tai Ta, who had made a name for themselves in the battle, became known by everyone. It caused a great commotion among the 4 races. Soon after the battle, the saint rulers of the Xunshao sect, Yangji Zong, Yuan sect, and Muyuan clan all arrived at the battlefield. They used a secret technique to search for the Emperor armament that had fallen into the sea of lava. Afterward, with the assistance of the 3 remaining Holy Emperor Elders from Mercenary City, they successfully removed the ancestral armaments of their clans before taking them back to their clans. Flame City, where the Flame mercenaries resided, was unsealed with Jianchen's return. Yu Yu, Bailian, and the others immediately surrounded Jianchen and asked him about the situation. They paid close attention to the matters in Mercenary City. When they learned that the Tian Yuan continent had stopped the invasion of the world of Forsaken Saints, all of them rejoiced. They finally stopped worrying. Afterwards, Jianchen continued with his great feat. He brought Little Fatty, Wang Yifeng, Yun Jing, Serene, and the several dozen loyal elites to the depths of the tungsten alloy mine once again. He used the various heavenly treasures he had obtained from the Xian Huang microcosm to increase their strength. He understood that he had only stopped the first wave of invasions from the world of Forsaken Saints this time. The tunnel was still unstable right now, so only Holy Emperor-level experts could pass through. Once someone surpassed Holy Emperor level in strength, the tunnel would collapse very easily. Although the tunnel could not be destroyed completely, if they were sucked into the endless universe by the chaotic streams of space, even Origin Realm experts would probably die. And right now, the tunnel was slowly solidifying. This process could not be stopped. Even if they tried their best to destroy it, they would only be able to buy some time. Once the tunnel was completely solidified, even more Saint Emperors and Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints would arrive. As a result, Jianchen needed to increase his strength as much as he could. Not only did he need to increase his own strength, but he also needed to increase the strength of the entire Tian Yuan continent and even the sea race, the magical beasts, and the 100 races as a whole. Increasing the strength of the flame mercenaries was only the first step. Jianchen had obtained a total of 3 5th-grade violet cloud peaches in the Xian Huang microcosm. Each one contained 108 peaches, so he did not care about wasting them in order to increase the strength of these people. He took out several dozen 5th-grade violet cloud peaches without holding back at all. This was because basically all of these people were still Heaven Saint Masters. None of them had reached sainthood, so in order to make them all Holy Emperor level, only the 5th-grade violet cloud peaches would be safe. After all, they would waste quite a lot of the vast energy from the peaches during the process of absorbing them. A day later, the first rainbow cloud appeared in the sky. It was not 7-colored, but a sign of becoming a saint ruler. Little Fatty, who was the most talented among them, was the first to break through. Soon after, Wang Yifeng, Yun Jing, Serene, and the elite squad of the Flame Mercenaries all broke through as well. In a flash, the sky was filled with multicolored radiance, illuminating the entire world. The 9 different colors spread over 100 li. These were not 9-colored clouds. Instead, they were the clouds created by several dozen people breaking through to Saint Ruler at the same time. The clouds created by every single person were different in color, so when several dozen people appeared at the same time, there were 9 different colors. The area they covered was much greater than when a single person became a saint ruler. This caused quite a stir on the Tian Yuan continent once again. Many saint rulers even believed that a new holy emperor had appeared on the Tian Yuan continent. The mountain range was now filled with mist. Dense energy drifted through the air, forming a thick layer of mist that expanded in all directions. This was all the energy from the violet cloud peaches, seeping out from their bodies. They probably did not even absorb half of the energy from a single 5th-grade violet cloud peach. Several days later, Little Fatty broke through again. He became the first to become a holy emperor. 7-colored clouds descended from the sky, enveloping a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. After him, the others all broke through as well. In just a short day, all of them had become holy emperor. Several dozen rainbow clouds appeared in the sky at the same time. They shone with extremely dazzling light, enveloping the entire Tian Yuan continent with 9 different colors. The disturbance this time was much greater than when they broke through to Saint Ruler. The rainbow clouds expanded into the distance at an unbelievable speed, enveloping the entire Tian Yuan continent very soon and causing a great uproar. However, this did not stop. The rainbow clouds continued to expand, only stopping when they reached the borders of the territories of the sea race, the magical beasts, and the 100 races. It stunned all the experts of the 3 races. These aren't 9-colored clouds. They're rainbow clouds created by someone who has become a holy emperor. Heavens, I can sense no less than 50 rainbow clouds stacked together. Have several dozen saint rulers broken through at the same time and reached the level of holy emperor? It's in the direction of the Tian-Yuan continent. How is this possible? How can so many saint rulers break through at the same time? All the holy emperor experts on the Tian-Yuan continent stared at the sky blankly. They were extremely shocked. Several dozen saint rulers breaking through to the level of holy emperor at the same time was something that had never happened even during the glorious ancient times. Chapter 1396. This time, Jianchen had made several dozen people break through to holy emperor at the same time. The disturbance was just too great. The several dozen rainbow clouds stacked together, forming a 9-colored rainbow cloud that resembled the one that broke through to holy emperor. However, it was much more majestic than the 9-colored rainbow clouds that appeared when one broke through to holy emperor. This was because the limit of the holy emperor's 9-colored rainbow clouds was the entire Tian-Yuan continent. However, the several dozen rainbow clouds stacked together and formed a unique 9-colored rainbow cloud that extended beyond the Tian-Yuan continent. It only stopped when it reached the borders of the 3 other races. At that moment, the world was greatly shaken. Whether it was the Tian-Yuan continent, the 100 races, or the magical beasts, all the holy emperor experts were unable to remain calm. Even the sea realm hidden deep beneath the sea sensed it. Immediately, a few holy emperor experts of the sea race broke out. They stood on the surging sea as they stared into the distance in shock. Saint rulers would obviously believe that the 9-colored rainbow clouds were caused by a holy emperor breaking through to holy emperor. However, the mysteries of the 9-colored rainbow clouds could not be hidden from the holy emperor. All the holy emperors in the world could sense that the clouds were formed from several dozen rainbow clouds stacked together. However, there were only 9 colors. Just what has happened on the Tian-Yuan continent? Why are there so many 14th star warriors breaking through to the 15th star? An expert of the sea race asked curiously. Right now, the greatest human expert on the Tian-Yuan continent, Jianchen, has close ties with our Poseidon Hall. To the humans, the people of the sea race are still friendly. Let's go to the Tian-Yuan continent and have a look. We'll understand what has happened there, a holy emperor of the sea race said. The fact that several dozen people had become emperors at the same time had piqued everyone's curiosity. All right, let's go to the Tian-Yuan continent and have a look. An elder from the sea race seconded the proposal. His face was a bit pale, and it was clear that he was injured. However, this did not stop his curiosity to investigate. This damned sun is so uncomfortable. I feel like my entire body is about to be burnt. A middle-aged woman with a very sturdy body looked up at the scorching sun in the sky and cursed in dissatisfaction. The sea race lived in the sea all year round, and they were already used to the environment there. The scorching sun outside made them feel very uncomfortable, even though it wouldn't cause them any harm. Afterward, the experts of the sea race ripped open a space gate and hurried to the Tian-Yuan continent. At the same time, many holy emperor experts among the magical beasts began to move as well. The simultaneous breakthrough of several dozen saint rulers was extremely shocking to them. All of them wanted to go to the Tian-Yuan continent and see if there was a shortcut for a saint ruler to become a holy emperor. Even the 3 emperors who were recuperating in the Beast God Hall were alarmed. They all hovered outside the Beast God Hall and stared in the direction of the Tian-Yuan continent. The wasteland continent where the 100 races resided was desolate. There were very few plants there. As far as the eye could see, there was only boundless sand and dry soil. Even the ancient mountains were completely barren. Very few green could be seen. At the center of the wasteland continent, there was a towering mountain that reached into the clouds. This mountain was very famous on the wasteland continent because the center of power of the 100 races was on this mountain. The mountain was called the War God Mountain, and it was a sacred place for the 100 races. The Supreme War God Hall stood at the very top of the mountain. At this moment, the Golden War God Hall emitted an unprecedented brilliance at the peak of War God Mountain. It was as dazzling as the sun as it quietly stood there like a primordial beast prostrating on the ground. It exuded an invisible majesty and was filled with holiness. Taita, who was over 3 meters tall, sat on the throne that represented the highest authority in the War God Hall. His golden skin seemed to have fused with the throne as well, shining with a faint golden light that resonated with the entire divine hall. Below Taita, all the experts of the 100 races were gathered together. All of them knelt on the ground in excitement. Some of the older ones even had tears in their eyes. Their old bodies could not help but tremble. Basically all of them were injured, clearly from the battle against the world of Forsaken Saints not long ago. However, none of them could be bothered to heal at this moment. No matter how severe their injuries were, as long as they could still stand up and remain conscious, they all gathered here to welcome their war god. Great King of War, you've finally returned. We've waited for you for so long. Great War God, we've finally found you. Only under your lead can our 100 races reach glory. Great War God, we of the 100 races are of one mind. We are all willing to listen to your orders and treat you as our leader. You are the faith of the 100 races, the soul of all of us. All of them were extremely excited. The sorrow they had felt from the great number of experts who had died in the battle against the world of Forsaken Saints had been washed away by the return of the War God. The news of the War God's return spread across the entire wasteland continent like wildfire, making all the clansmen of the 100 races extremely excited. Cheers and shouts could be heard as long as there were people on the wasteland continent. There were even some clansmen who began to decorate the continent with lanterns and banners, creating a joyous atmosphere. At this moment, Taita seemed to sense something. He suddenly looked in the direction of the Tian Yuan continent and sank into his thoughts. His strength was extraordinary. Clearly, he had also sensed the disturbance from the Tian Yuan continent. However, the War God Hall was located in the center of the wasteland continent. It was still extremely far away from the edge of the continent. Aside from Taita, no one else in the War God Hall sensed the pulses from the Tian Yuan continent, even though there were great perfection experts like the Holy Emperor present. Little Fatty and the others continued to break through in the mountain range near Flame City on the Tian Yuan continent. After reaching the Holy Emperor, the tremendous energy from the violet cloud peaches had not been completely depleted. All of them continued to break through to the first heavenly layer, second heavenly layer, and third heavenly layer of Holy Emperor. As their strength increased, the comprehension tea played a huge role as well. It brought their souls into a wondrous state, helping them comprehend the mysteries of the world. With the help of the comprehension tea, the mysteries of the world that were extremely difficult to comprehend in the eyes of others were presented in the simplest and clearest manner before them. Many experts had already gathered in the surroundings of the mountain range. Not only had it attracted many saint rulers, but even quite a few holy emperors had come as well. A dazzling violet light flickered in the sky above the mountain range. The Ziying sword had turned into a 30-meter-long sword as it hovered in the air. Jianshan sat on it as he paid close attention to everything below. The senses of his soul had already enveloped a radius of 10,000 kilometers, protecting everyone as they broke through. Several dozen holy emperors have broken through here. I remember that there was a shocking bolt of lightning here not too long ago. Looks like this place really does have some mysteries. Maybe it'll be much easier to break through here. The energy of the world here is just too dense. The old man has cultivated for several thousand years. He's even been to the miniature worlds of the Protector clans, but the energy of the world there is like a stream compared to here. A few holy emperors sighed emotionally. They felt like they had arrived in heaven after arriving here. Not only was the energy of the world there extremely dense, but it was also extremely pure. Not only were there humans among the holy emperors, but there were also sea race, magical beasts, and the 100 races. Although the holy emperor in the War God Hall did not sense the disturbance from the Tianyuan continent, the experts of the 100 races on the edge of the wasteland continent could clearly see the auspicious light on the horizon. If it were any other time, the arrival of these people on the Tianyuan continent would definitely cause all the experts on the continent to stop them. However, the Tianyuan continent was currently facing the threat of the world of Forsaken Saints, so they needed the assistance of the other 3 races. As a result, many people had given up on the concept of race and were not against the arrival of outsiders. "Let's all go in and see just what secrets there are," suggested a beast expert. Very soon, he won the support of many people. Over 20 holy emperor immediately formed a group and carefully made their way into the depths of the mountain range. However, when they had traveled less than 1,000 meters, there was a flash of azure light. An azure divine sword shot through the air with shocking sword chi. It became several dozen meters long and hung in the air, blocking their path. "Isn't that one of the 2 swords in the possession of the holy Emperor Jianchen?" Someone immediately recognized the Qing Suo sword and cried out. "Sovereign Jianchen's strength has already surpassed the holy emperor. He's reached the legendary origin realm. You can call him by his name. If you make him unhappy, don't even think about leaving today," a human expert grumbled. A human expert retorted softly. He was extremely displeased. Jianchen was the pride and glory of the humans right now. At the same time, he was a crucial figure for the humans to suppress the other 3 races. Before an outsider, the humans would naturally defend their dignity very much. Chapter 1397. The Qing Suo sword hovered in the air, blocking everyone's path. Immediately, everyone came to a halt. They all stopped where they were, not daring to take a single step forward. This was because all of them recognized the origins of the sword. Even though they were holy emperor experts and stood at the very top of their respective races with great statuses, they all dismissed their arrogance and became respectful before the Qing Suo sword. "Everyone, the people of the Flame Mercenaries are breaking through here. I hope that you will not disturb them, just in case it affects their cultivation," Jian Chen's voice rang out. Jian Chen's voice rang out in all their heads. In order to not disturb Little Fatty and the others, Jian Chen used a communication technique to inform all the people who had come. "It's Sovereign Jianchen's voice," a human expert called out. His voice was filled with some excitement. Even though Jianchen was only a junior in their eyes and his actual age was not even a fraction of theirs, age was not that important in a world where strength reigned supreme. At most, it could be used to measure a person's talent. "I never thought that the human sovereign would actually be here." "Let's back off," a foreign expert murmured. "No wonder there's such a great disturbance here. I had thought that there was a shortcut to becoming a holy emperor hidden here, but it looks like the human sovereign is clearly using his great abilities to help his subordinates break through. The human sovereign really is powerful. He can actually help several dozen saint rulers break through to Saint King at the same time. Just how did he do it? Does he possess such heaven-defying abilities once he surpasses the Holy Emperor and reaches the legendary Origin Realm?" Many people were discussing in low voices, but everyone kept their voices very low. Then, they very consciously retreated slowly. They no longer had the thought of investigating the situation inside. In the end, all the Holy Emperor experts retreated to the outskirts of the mountain range. However, none of them left. They all remained in the distance as they stared at the depths of the mountain range. Some of them even found an empty spot to sit down and begin cultivating. Because the chi of heaven and earth here had reached an inconceivable level. None of them had ever seen such dense and pure chi of heaven and earth. If they were to cultivate in such an environment, it would be very beneficial to them. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they could advance 1,000 miles in a day. A few days later, little Fatty and the rest awoke from their cultivation. The moment they opened their eyes, all of them had an unconcealable look of excitement in their eyes. To many of them, becoming a holy emperor was an unreachable level of cultivation. They had even treated reaching that level of cultivation as their greatest dream. After all, becoming a holy emperor required not only talent, but a long period of accumulation as well. Yet now they had actually broken through from Heaven Saint Master and Saint Ruler to Holy Emperor in just a few short days. All of them felt like they were dreaming. It was so unreal and so unreal. In particular, Yunzheng, Senioren, and the several dozen elites of the Flame Mercenaries felt the most. Everyone gather! Suddenly, a loud voice resounded throughout the entire mountain range. It was Charles, one of the leaders of this elite squad. Immediately, several dozen scattered elite squads hurried over. In less than 2 breaths of time, they had gathered in a square formation in an empty area. They had just broken through, so they were still unable to control their powers very well. Every single one of them could not help but leak out powerful energy. When they stood together, they formed a storm of energy that wreaked havoc in the mountain range. It caused the wind to churn and clouds to surge. The entire region was filled with a pressing pressure. After gathering, there was no longer any joy on the faces of this elite team. All of them suppressed their emotions in their hearts and returned to their usual coldness. Every one of them was expressionless, but the light in their eyes was like torches. They looked like a well-trained army. Little Fatty, Wang Yifeng, Yunzheng, and Senioren did not stand with them. They all stood behind Jianchen. Powerful energy would erupt from their bodies from time to time. Although the sudden increase in strength would not leave them with any latent problems, they clearly still needed some time to completely familiarize themselves with the sudden increase in strength. Our Flame City has gained several dozen Saint Kings now. That's fantastic, Jianchen said with a smile. Bai Lian, Yu Yu, Mingdong, and the others had also arrived from Flame City. Looking at the several dozen Holy Emperor-level experts who stood like an army, they were all overjoyed from the bottom of their hearts. Many Holy Emperor-level experts from various races also saw what was happening in the outskirts of the mountain range. They all gasped. Not only had the Flame Mercenaries gained several dozen Holy Emperor-level experts all of a sudden, but they also had the discipline of an army. This had never happened even in ancient times. These several dozen Holy Emperor-level experts actually belong to the same organization. Flame City is just far too powerful. The Tianyuan continent's crisis has just passed, and the Holy Emperor-level experts of the 4 races have suffered heavy losses. There aren't many left now, yet several dozen Holy Emperor-level experts have suddenly appeared in Flame City. This Flame City is truly the greatest city in the world now. The Flame Mercenaries have become the greatest mercenary group on the Tianyuan continent, as well as the greatest organization. Not only do they have many Holy Emperor-level experts, they even have a sovereign. Many people sighed emotionally in the outskirts of the mountain range. Although the Flame Mercenaries had once been renowned on the Tianyuan continent, they did not have a deep foundation back then. They did not even have a single Holy Emperor-level expert. They had only been supported by Jianchen, Ruijin, and the other 2 magical beasts. However, it was different now. Mingdong, Dugufeng, Yu Yu, and Bai Hai had all reached Saint King. At the same time, they had gained a small group that seemed to be composed of Holy Emperor-level experts. Without any exaggeration, the Flame Mercenaries now possessed an extremely deep foundation. Even without Jianchen, the Flame Mercenaries would still be able to stand proudly on the Tianyuan continent. Jianchen descended from the sky and stood before the group of people who had followed him from the very beginning. His face was filled with unconcealable pride. When these people had first followed him, they were all Saint Masters. There was not a single Earth Saint Master among them, but under his leadership, They had grown step by step and transformed step by step. After exhausting large amounts of resources and various first-rate heavenly treasures, they had finally reached their current accomplishments. This made Jian Chen feel extremely proud and satisfied. Chapter 1398. Several decades of trials and hardships have allowed you, who were once unknown, to possess the strength to stand proudly on the Tian-Yuan continent. From today onwards, you will stand under the sun from a dark corner. From today onwards, the Tian-Yuan continent will change because of your existence. In the future, you will be the glory of the Flame Mercenaries, the glory of the Flame Mercenaries, and the protectors of the Flame Mercenaries. The Flame Mercenaries will become even more powerful because of you. Now I, Jianchen, bestow upon you a new title as the second captain of the Flame Mercenaries, the Divine Guards of the Flame, Jianchen emotionally said. His voice was as loud as a bell, reverberating through the entire mountain range with a supreme dignity. Thank you for the title, Captain. From today onwards, we will forget our former names and walk the world as the Divine Guards of the Flame Mercenaries. We will loyally protect the glory of the Flame Mercenaries and use our lives to protect the dignity of the Flame Mercenaries. We will definitely not disappoint the captain, Mo Tian responded loudly. Mo Tian replied loudly and forcefully. His tone was filled with unconcealable excitement, especially when there was a layer of mist in his resolute eyes. Back in Wake City of the Blue Wind Kingdom, Mo Tian was still a puny Saint Master. He was one of the countless mercenaries who lived at the bottom of the hierarchy on the Tian-Yuan continent. He would frequently fight against ferocious magical beasts and walk the line between life and death time after time, all for the sake of earning some money. Back then, Mo Tian's greatest wish was to become an Earth Saint Master. Even becoming a Heaven Saint Master was his lifelong dream. This was because Heaven Saint Masters were already extremely impressive peak experts in the Blue Wind Kingdom. Once one became a Heaven Saint Master, they would be able to enjoy endless glory and wealth. But now, not only had he fulfilled his former dream, he had even gloriously become a holy emperor. Even with the entire continent in perspective, he was a renowned figure. This was something that Mo Tian had never even dared to think about in the past. Right now, Mo Tian was rejoicing that he had made a wise choice back then. If he hadn't chosen to follow Jianchen with his life, he definitely wouldn't have the glory he had today. The Holy Emperor of the Four Races gathered at the outskirts of the mountain range all gasped in surprise. Several dozen Holy Emperor experts were only acting as guards in Flame City. This completely overturned their understanding of Holy Emperor expert. Across the entire continent, which Holy Emperor was not worshipped as a god. Even in the Protector clans, once a Holy Emperor was born, he would immediately become a great elder and possess great authority. Even though there were far more Holy Emperor Sea race than there were on the Tian-Yuan continent, there was not a single organization that treated a Holy Emperor as a guard. Even the three divine halls treated every Holy Emperor generously. Flame City had set a precedent. It was the only organization in history that treated a Holy Emperor as a guard. Jianchen returned to Flame City with Yu Yu, the others, and the several dozen divine guards of the flame. They were greeted with the loudest cheers from the entire city. The news that several dozen Holy Emperor experts had suddenly appeared in Flame City spread across the entire continent like wildfire. It even reached the three other races, causing a great uproar. It shook up the entire world. Everyone discussed the matter and sighed in amazement. The next day, many Holy Emperor experts visited Flame City. Not only did they come from the Tian-Yuan continent, but there were also people from the magical beasts, the 100 races, and the sea race. They all came to congratulate Flame City on its rise. Even the Hall Master of the Hall of Poseidon, Yadrium, personally came to Flame City. Jianchen had Bailian and Yu Yu receive all the visitors. He only received a few familiar guests, such as the Hall Master of the Poseidon, Yadrium, Changyang Zushao, and so on. In short, it was extremely difficult for anyone who was not on friendly terms with Jianchen to see Jianchen. It was not because Jianchen was arrogant, but because there were just far too many experts from the four races. He did not want to waste his energy on them. The four imperial protector of the Qin Empire, one of the 8 great empires of the continent, had come as well. However, the treatment they received in Flame City was much better than the Holy Emperor's treatment. They were only saint rulers, so they were invited to see Jianchen without any obstructions. The beloved daughter of the Holy Emperor's Kara clan, Kara Livy, had also visited Flame City with her ancestor, Kalalo. She had been invited to the back courtyard. Aside from them, Tianmu Ling of the Tianmu clan had also visited Jianchen with the 2 saint rulers, Jun Moheo and Wang Yinhong. "Brother Jianchen, can I still call you that?" Tianmu Ling said carefully as soon as she saw Jianchen. She seemed pitiful, and there was some fear on her face. Jianchen was clearly extremely happy to see his old friend. He chuckled aloud. "Why not? Miss Tianmu Ling has helped me quite a lot in the past. How can I, Jianchen, forget that? Although my status has changed drastically compared to before, I can't change my basic principles as a person." Tianmu Ling felt uneasy when she called Jianchen like that. She was extremely uneasy, afraid that Jianchen would blame her. However, she finally stopped worrying when she heard what Jianchen had said. She understood that although Jianchen had become a sovereign, he had not forgotten about their friendship in the past. She immediately became overjoyed. When Jun Moheo and Wang Yinhong saw the difference in Jianchen's attitude towards Tianmu Ling, they couldn't help but look at each other and smile knowingly. "Back when we participated in the mercenary gathering, Brother Jianchen, Ming Dong, and Dugu Feng were all Earth Saint Masters. Only a few decades have passed and Brother Jianchen has become a sovereign above the Holy Emperor. Even Ming Dong and Dugu Feng have broken through to the Holy Emperor. Only I am still stuck at my original level of cultivation. I haven't even become a Heaven Saint Master." Sigh. Tianmu Ling sighed gloomily. She was rather dejected. She looked at Jianchen, Ming Dong, and Dugu Feng with envy that was difficult to hide. Jianchen could not help but think back to when he had participated in the mercenary gathering with Ming Dong. Nostalgia immediately filled his eyes. He said, "Tianmu Ling, you've helped me, Jianchen, quite a lot in the past. Don't worry, once this is over, I'll lend you a hand and help you become a Saint King." "Really?" Tianmu Ling's eyes immediately lit up. She became extremely excited. Jun Moheo and Wang Yinhong were surprised as well before becoming ravished with joy. Now that Jianchen's status was extraordinary, the two of them would never doubt that Jianchen was lying. At the same time, he had already made several dozen people become Holy Emperor, so the two of them did not doubt that Jianchen possessed the ability to make an Earth Saint Master become a Holy Emperor in a short amount of time. "Jianchen, don't forget that you still owe me a promise. Whether I, Kara Livy, can become a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master will all depend on you." Kara Livy also came over and stared at Jianchen. Chapter 1399. Jianchen had a rather good impression of Kara Livy. He treated her as half a friend, so he chuckled, "Don't worry, Miss Kara Livy. I, Jianchen, will definitely do what I've promised. I will never go back on my word. When the seal in the artifact space is removed next time and the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force is released, I'll definitely leave behind a few strands for you. I'll do my best to help you become a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master." Then Li Wei will be waiting for Sovereign Jianchen's good news in the Kara clan. I hope Li Wei will be able to reach Class 7 successfully next time, thanks to Sovereign Jianchen, and complete my greatest dream. Kara Livy smiled sweetly. She was extremely happy after receiving Jianchen's promise. Originally, when the seal in the artifact space was removed last time, Jianchen had gathered quite a lot of Radiant Saint Force origin energy and given it to the president of the Radiant Saint Master Union. He had specially told him to give it to Kara Livy and Quan Yukai first, But unfortunately, Kara Livy and Quan Yukai both failed. They lost a great opportunity to become Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters. Although reaching Class 7 only required a strand of Radiant Saint Force origin energy to fuse with the soul and allow it to undergo a metamorphosis, this step was not so easy. Many Class 6, Radiant Saint Masters had stopped there, and only an extremely small number of them had successfully broken through. At this moment, Jianshan's face changed, and he shot into the sky like an arrow. He flew high into the sky in a single instance and hovered several thousand meters in the air as he stared into the distance. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through space and reach the horizon. Several tens of thousand kilometers away, he saw a sword fly through the air. It radiated with an extremely obscure pulse of energy. The pulse of energy was extraordinary, where even experts like the Holy Emperor struggled to sense it. After the divine sword circled around tens of thousands of miles away, it tore through the air and disappeared in an instant. Jianshan released his divine sense and extended forward at an extremely fast speed, covering a distance of more than 200,000 miles. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the divine sword. This is the Emperor armament of Changyang Prefecture. Under the cover of his divine sense, Jianshan could clearly observe every detail of this divine sword. He recognized at a glance that this divine sword was the ancestral weapon of Changyang Prefecture. However, the power that this ancestral weapon exuded at this moment was much, much stronger than before. The righteous Yang sword seemed to have sensed Jianshan's divine sense spying on it. Its speed suddenly soared as it transformed into a beam of light and shot off into the distance. It pierced through the void and disappeared in an instant. It had escaped from the range of Jianshan's divine sense. This isn't an Emperor armament, but an Origin Realm expert's weapon. It's a saint artifact, Jianshan thought. He was greatly surprised and immediately mounted the Ziying sword in pursuit as a streak of light. As his comprehension of sword flight deepened, Jianshan moved faster and faster as well. He had already surpassed the speed he had used in the Sea Realm for the first time. He chased after the righteous Yang sword with lightning-like speed. Although the righteous Yang sword had already vanished, Jianshan could still determine the direction it had flown in from the tiny traces it left behind in the air. The extreme north was the northern edge of the Tianyuan continent. It was close to the Northern Sea, and if one took another step further, they would have left the continent and arrived in the sea. A large mountain stood in the extreme north near the Northern Sea. The peak was extremely majestic and steep. It was difficult to climb, and the highest point was several tens of thousands of meters tall, reaching into the clouds. At this moment, two figures stood side by side at the highest point of the mountain. They stood there silently, as still as stone statues. Their deep eyes stared unblinkingly into the depths of the North Sea. One of them was a middle-aged man who seemed to be in his 40s. He was bare-chested and only wore a pair of shorts, revealing his bronze muscles. He was powerful. The other person was an old man in his 70s. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. He possessed an otherworldly bearing and an extremely deep gaze. At this moment, a sword shot over from afar, directly shooting toward the old man. It moved extremely quickly. However, the old man did not react at all, as if he had not sensed the arrival of the sword at all. However, when the sword was 300 meters away from the old man, its speed suddenly plummeted. It then turned into a red streak of light and disappeared into the old man's hand. He's come. He's faster than I had expected. Yang Lai, your great-grandson is not simple, said the burly man. The two of them were the founding ancestors of Changyang Prefecture and the tyrant's blade school, Yang Lai and Gui Haidao. As soon as Gui Haidao finished speaking, a violet streak of light appeared from the horizon. The violet streak of light was even faster than the sword from before. A moment ago it was still on the horizon, but in the next moment it landed on the mountain with unbelievable speed. With an extremely sharp sword chi, It reduced all the plants within 1,000 meters to dust. The sword qi dispersed, revealing Jianchen. He stood 1,000 meters away from Yang Lai and Gui Haidao. He stared at them as he felt very uneasy inside. This was because the two of them seemed to be shrouded by mist under the senses of his soul. He was unable to see them clearly, which surprised him very much. This was because only people who had reached the origin realm could render the senses of his soul ineffective. As for experts like the Holy Emperor, they were unable to hide from his senses no matter what secret techniques they used. 2 origin realm experts had actually appeared on the Tianyuan continent out of nowhere, which greatly shocked Jianchen. This was because in the history of the continent, there had never been a rumor of a 5th origin realm expert aside from the barrier spirit of Mercenary City. Great-grandfather! When Jianchen saw Yang Lai, he subconsciously cried out. He became dumbfounded as disbelief flooded his face. At that moment, Jianchen began to doubt his eyes. He had recognized the wrong person. One of the 2 mysterious origin realm experts was actually his extremely familiar great-grandfather, Changyang Zhu Yunkong. However, Changyang Zhu Yunkong's bearing was completely different from before. He seemed like a completely different person. Jianchen subconsciously rubbed his eyes as he carefully studied the person before him. He found this rather difficult to accept. According to his guesses, Changyang Zhu Yunkong was only as powerful as the Holy Emperor right now. Even if his talent was unprecedented, it was impossible for him to break through twice in such a short amount of time and surpass the Holy Emperor to reach the origin realm. Yang Lai turned his head to Jianchen. His gaze was gentle, and his face was benevolent. He smiled. I never thought that I, Yang Lai, would have such a heaven-defying grandson like you. I'm overjoyed. Even in higher worlds there are only a handful of people with your talent. Jianchen's eyes narrowed when he heard the mention of higher worlds. He stared at Yang Lai and asked, Who are you? I'm Yang Lai, and I'm also Changyang Zhu Yunkong. I'm your great-grandfather. The protector clan of Changyang Prefecture was created by me, but this is my reincarnation. I've awakened my memories now, so I've returned to myself, explained Yang Lai. Chapter 1400. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed through Jianchen's eyes. He stared closely at Yang Lai and Gui Haidao. Yang Lai and Gui Haidao were shrouded by the senses of his soul, so he was unable to see through them at all. This was a sign of the origin realm, but he suddenly discovered that Yang Lai and Gui Haidao had not reached the origin realm. They were still at the peak of the Holy Emperor realm. Jianchen could not help but think of the Emperor armament in Changyang Prefecture. In the past, he was unable to see through the quality of the righteous Yang sword due to his limited strength. He had always believed that the righteous Yang sword was an Emperor armament nurtured by the Holy Emperor. Only now did he finally discover that the ancestral artifact of Changyang Prefecture was not an Emperor armament. Instead, it was a weapon used by an origin realm expert. It was a saint artifact, equivalent to an immortal artifact of the immortals world. However, what made him feel conflicted was that saint artifacts could only be nurtured by origin realm experts, while his great-grandfather had only reached the origin realm. His strength remained at the level of the Holy Emperor, so it was impossible for him to raise the Emperor armament to the level of a saint artifact, on the same level as an immortal artifact. Suddenly, Jianchen seemed to think of something. He asked, Great-grandfather, did you reach the origin realm in the past and not the Holy Emperor's level of cultivation as recorded in the records? Is it because of a lack of time that you haven't recovered to the origin realm? Yang Lai smiled. I never thought that you'd be able to see through me. Great-grandson, you're right. Your great-grandfather was indeed at the origin realm in the past, but I suffered unimaginable injuries later on, causing my cultivation to drop. I returned to the level of the Holy Emperor. On the Tianyuan continent, there are only records of the greatest human expert, Mo Tianyun, the ancient divine beast, the winged tiger, the war god of the 100 races, Ruagine, and Poseidon. Aside from the 4 of them, there have never been any rumors of a 5th Origin Realm expert. Since great-grandfather possessed the strength of the Origin Realm in ancient times and was heavily injured in a great battle, why haven't there been any legends about you on the Tianyuan continent? As a result, everyone still believes that you're the Holy Emperor, Jianxin asked curiously. He was extremely perplexed. Yang Lai sighed softly as he turned his gaze towards the vast sea in the distance, revealing a look of reminiscence. After a while, he slowly said, "Great-grandson, there are some things that I originally did not want to say, but now that you are qualified to know these secrets, I will tell you." Jianxin perked up when he heard that. He listened attentively. He had already sensed that his great-grandfather was probably a person with great secrets. He could even speak of some ancient secrets that had been buried in the annals of history. "Great-grandson, your great-grandfather is actually not from this world. Guihai Yidao and I both come from another world. It's an even greater world. On the Tianyuan continent, all the people who have surpassed the Holy Emperor and reached the Origin Realm can leave for that world. That world is called the Saints' World," said Yang Lai. Jianxin was greatly shocked. He stared at Yang Lai in disbelief. He had already learnt about the Saints' World from the Sword Spirits, but he had never thought that the person who founded the Protector clan of Changyang Prefecture in ancient times would actually come from the Saints' World. This completely surprised him. This universe really is filled with endless mysteries. I never thought that there would be an even more powerful world above this world, Jianxin sighed in amazement. He acted like he did not know about the existence of the Saints' World. He then looked at Yang Lai and asked curiously, "Great-grandfather, since there's another world above this world, why are you the only people who have come down from the Saints' World and no one else?" Guihai Yidao shot a glance at Jianxin from beside Yang Lai. He said, "Do you think people from the Saints' World can come down as they please? There are as many experts as there are clouds in the Saints' World. Let alone the Origin Realm, who knows how many godhood experts are above the Origin Realm. Just a single one of them is enough to destroy this world. Regardless of the strength of the people in the Saints' World, even ordinary people, it's extremely difficult or even impossible for them to descend." Guihai Yidao is right. When people from lower worlds have enough strength, they can go to higher worlds. However, it's extremely difficult for people from higher worlds to descend. "The reason why we're here is all due to an accident," said Yang Lai. He seemed to be in a slight daze. He thought about everything that had happened in the past. Jianxin said nothing. He stared at Yang Lai, waiting for him to continue. "Great-grandson, your great-grandfather may be an Origin Realm cultivator in the Saints' World, but Origin Realm cultivators have no status in the Saints' World at all. It's nowhere near as grand as on the Tianyuan continent. If you really want to use the Tianyuan continent as a comparison, then the status of Origin Realm cultivators in the Saints' World is equivalent to Saint Masters, Great Saint Masters, or even Great Saint Masters." Jianxin had already learnt about the status of the Origin Realm in the Saints' World, so he was not surprised. However, he would never reveal this secret. He purposefully revealed a sliver of extreme shock. Yang Lai continued, "In the Saints' World, I belonged to a small group of adventurers. There were not a lot of people in the group, only around 50. Aside from the captain, who was a deity, the others were all at the Origin Realm. Once, all the members of our group ventured into a newly opened miniature world to search for treasures, but something unfortunate happened there. Something important suddenly appeared in the world, and it attracted the attention of godhood experts very quickly. They fought in the world, causing it to become extremely unstable. Huge spatial cracks appeared one after another, causing the world to be on the verge of shattering. Many people were caught in the crossfire, and all the members of our group, along with many other Origin Realm cultivators, were sucked into the spatial cracks, falling into the chaotic streams of space. The spatial cracks are extremely dangerous. Even the Divine King has died, and even infinite primes have to be careful in there. All the members of our group and over 1,000 other adventurer groups were sucked in. I've personally seen many people die in there. Even the captain, who was a deity, did not manage to survive. The laws in the spatial cracks are chaotic, and the flow of time is chaotic. Thousands of years can pass in a single instant, while tens of thousands of years can pass in reverse at other times. Everything in there is chaotic, and no color can be seen. You can't sense the flow of time either. In the spatial cracks, I could only see the members of our group die one after another. Some people were sucked into the chaotic streams of time, where they would turn white in a single moment and their bodies would decay, leaving behind only skeletons. In the end, even the skeletons would be reduced to dust, or they would turn into newborn babies in a single moment before disappearing into nothingness. Yang Lai's voice trembled slightly. His experiences in the spatial cracks filled him with fear. Even after countless years, it had left behind an unerasable shadow in his heart. Chapter 1401. Jianshan was greatly shocked when he heard that. He had never thought that the founding ancestor of the 10 protector clans of Changyang Prefecture and the Tyrant's Blade School would actually have a story like that. However, what made him feel extremely speechless was that the reason why his great-grandfather and Gui Haidao had been able to descend from the Saint's world was because of the shockwaves from the battle between the Divine King. They had been sucked into a spatial crack and basically arrived on the Tian Yuan continent out of pure luck. If it were not for the fact that an exit to the outside world just happened to appear in the spatial crack at that moment, his great-grandfather probably would have died long ago. There were a total of 10 of us who managed to escape and arrive on the Tian Yuan continent. Although we managed to leave the spatial crack successfully, all of us were heavily injured. Not only were we injured physically, but our souls were as well. Due to the severity of our injuries and the fact that our souls had been injured by the laws, our cultivation levels dropped. We fell from the Origin Realm to the Holy Emperor Realm. Although not all of us were part of the adventurer group, we became the best of friends. A few decades later, the injuries on our bodies were completely healed, but the injuries on our primordial spirits could not be removed. Not only was our strength unable to improve for the rest of our lives, but we also had to endure the pain from our primordial spirits at all times, making us helpless. Fortunately, one of us was from a large sect. A disciple from a large sect was involved in this calamity when he went out to train. He took the risk of violating the sect's rules and taught us the secret method of reincarnation. With this method, we can slowly erase the wounds of the laws on our primordial spirit. When all of us had mastered the secret method of reincarnation, we agreed to each other to establish a sect. After we had reincarnated, we would start our own sections. After we reincarnated, we would leave behind the saint artifact that had been nurtured within us and seal our memories within it. In order to prevent the saint artifact from corroding over time, we left behind a secret method for our descendants so that they could nourish the saint artifact for generations. That was why the saint artifact was able to remain intact even after losing its master. Over the years, we've gone through thousands of reincarnations, reincarnating time and time again. We've only completely erased the wounds of the laws on our souls today. As soon as we became Saint Kings, we were sensed by the saint artifact, which traveled a great distance and allowed us to recover our memories so that we could be ourselves again. Jianshan could not help but think of what Gui Haidao had gone through when he had become the Holy Emperor. Back then, he had traveled to the Sea Realm with Huang Luan. He just happened to come across a person who had become the Holy Emperor. 7 colored clouds had descended, and that person was Gui Haidao. Just when Gui Haidao had become the Holy Emperor, the Emperor armament of the Tyrant's Blade School had flown over without anyone controlling it. Gui Haidao had easily grasped it. At the same time, he thought of how Yang Lai had caused the Emperor armament to go berserk as soon as he set foot in the forbidden grounds of the Protector clan, Changyang Prefecture. He had almost caused the miniature world in Changyang Prefecture to collapse. Because of this, Changyang Zhu Yunkong had caused a great disaster. Not only had he been expelled from the Protector clan, but his talent had also been sealed, preventing him from reaching sainthood. Looking at it now, the ancestral artifact of Changyang Prefecture had sensed that Changyang Zhu Yunkong was the reincarnation of its master and had completely erased the wounds of laws on his soul, which was why the ancestral artifact had reacted so strangely. It was just that Changyang Zhu Yunkong was weak back then and was extremely far away from becoming the Holy Emperor. As a result, he did not complete the most crucial step of unsealing the memories of the ancestral artifact. Jianchen secretly rejoiced when he thought of this. Changyang Zhu Yunkong had remained a heaven saint master for 1,000 years back then. His life had already come to an end, and he had been tortured by the seal on Three Saint Island. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die every day. Only the heavenly enchantress music could alleviate his pain. If it were not for Jianchen, Changyang Zhu Yunkong probably would have died from the exhaustion of his life. Jianchen hated Changyang Qingyun and the others even more after understanding this. They had almost killed his ancestor. Great-grandson, speaking of which, you're the one who saved my life. If I hadn't met you at the very end, I probably would have passed away already and would not have awakened in this life. Yang Lai smiled as he looked at Yang Lai. Yang Lai stared at Jianchen with a smile. He liked his great-grandson more and more. Yang Lai, even I envy you for having such an outstanding descendant, Guido smiled. Gui Haidao smiled. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, he hoped that his tyrant's blade school could produce a descendant as outstanding as Jianchen. Jianchen smiled freely. Great-grandfather, Changyang Qingyun and the others once treated you like that. May I ask how you punished them in the end? And I didn't find anyone from the Qing and Yuan branches in the battle against the world of Forsaken Saint. Hearing that, anger immediately appeared on Yang Lai's face. He said, "Don't mention those unfilial sons. When I recovered my memories and revealed my identity, those unfilial sons actually dared to go against their superiors and attack me. How preposterous!" Guido patted Yang Lai's shoulder and said, "Yang Lai, the Saint's world is far crueler than the Tian Yuan continent. Can't you see through this after experiencing the slaughter in the Saint's world? Alright, forget about the past. Don't forget the main reason why we've called Jianchen over this time." With that, Gui Haidao stared at Jianchen with shining eyes and said, "Jianchen, aside from telling you our identities, we also have an important matter to ask you. Please speak, Senior. As long as Junior knows, I will definitely do my best to answer you." Jianchen clasped his hands. However, he felt uneasy inside. Yang Lai and Gui Haidao had both come from the Saint's world, so he wondered if they knew the secret of the twin swords. "Jianchen, are you the Holy Emperor or have you reached the Origin Realm?" Gui Haidao asked sternly. Even Yang Lai stared at Jianchen seriously, as if he was very concerned about this question. Jianchen was slightly stunned. He had never thought that Gui Haidao would ask about this. After a moment of thought, he said, "I should still be a Holy Emperor, but because of the two weapons, I can unleash extremely great strength. Coupled with the fact that my path is different from the Tian Yuan continent, I cultivate a power even more powerful than Saint Force, which is why I possess battle prowess on par with the Origin Realm." "I see. And I had thought that I was in this sealed world. There are still people who can break through the restrictions of the seal and reach the Origin Realm. So you haven't made that step either," Gui Haidao murmured. He was rather dejected. Sigh. Yang Lai gently sighed as well. "Originally, I thought that hope had appeared, but it's still disappointing in the end." Jianchen stared at the two of them in confusion. He asked in doubt, "Senior, what sealed world are you talking about? And what's hope?" Chapter 1402. Gui Haidao raised his head to look at the sky. His gaze was deep, but it was also filled with a sense of helplessness. He said, "Jianshan, you might not know this, but this world is actually a sealed world. There's an extremely powerful seal in outer space that prevents people from reaching the origin realm. As long as the seal exists, no origin realm experts will ever appear in this world. When the 10 of us first arrived in this world, the seal had already existed for who knows how long. So many years have passed since then, yet the seal still exists, preventing everyone in this world from reaching the origin realm. I have no idea what the person who cast down the seal is trying to do, but it's also because of the seal that Guihai Yidao and I are stuck at the peak of the Holy Emperor realm. We're unable to reach the origin realm," Yang Lai said helplessly. Jianshan became even more doubtful when he heard that. He said, "Since you say that no one has ever reached the origin realm in this world, why did the 4 sovereigns appear in ancient times, and why did an origin realm expert appear in the tungsten alloy mine near Flame City not long ago? Before we reincarnated, there wasn't a single origin realm expert in the world. The 4 supreme experts that appeared in ancient times only appeared after we reincarnated, so we don't know the exact details about them. However, when we awakened our memories in this life, we went to the records of our clans to look up everything about ancient times. Aside from the war god Ares, there was no record of the winged tiger from the beast god continent, Mo Tianyun from the Tian Yuan continent, or Poseidon from the sea realm. According to the records, Mo Tianyun from the humans, the winged tiger from the magical beasts, and Poseidon from the sea realm seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. They did not grow up at all, possessing the strength of the origin realm as soon as they appeared," Yang Lai said with a heavy voice. "Could it be that the 3 of them aren't from this realm and came down from the upper realm?" Jianshan said in surprise. However, in his heart, he was already certain that Mo Tianyun had come from another world. As for the winged tiger and Poseidon from ancient times, he had no idea. "That's unlikely." Guihai Yidao shook his head. After a moment of thought, he said, "In this sealed world, there are only 3 possibilities to surpass the Holy Emperor and reach the origin realm. The first possibility is that you're even more powerful than the person who created the seal, so you can directly ignore the existence of the seal. The second possibility is that you're a remnant spirit of the world. Some spirits possess the strength of the origin realm as soon as they're born. 2 of them have already appeared. One of them is in Mercenary City, while the other is the golden boy beside you. The third possibility is an existence like the war god of the 100 races. The war god of the 100 races was born from the world and is extremely powerful. He'll definitely become a supreme existence in the future and be known as a god in the saints' world. Although the seal is powerful, it's not enough to restrain him. As for the first possibility, we can directly ignore it. The third possibility is not very likely either, because there are just too few powerful races born from the world like the war god of the 100 races. As a result, the second possibility is the most likely. Why would that person cast down a seal like this to prevent people from reaching the origin realm? Jianshan murmured. He was perplexed. He already had a vague image of the person he was talking about. In his mind, there was no one else who possessed such great strength other than the unfathomable protector Shui from the Ice Goddess Hall. The true reason why the mysterious expert cast down the seal is probably to prevent people from entering the saints' world. This is because when we first arrived here, we discovered some traces left behind from the ancient era. We can be certain that there were a few origin realm experts in the ancient era, but they all mysteriously vanished later on. When we discovered these traces back then, the person from the large sect used a profound secret technique to peer into the origin and search for the ancient era. In the end, she discovered an extremely shocking piece of news. All the origin realm experts from the ancient era had mysteriously died, and it was not just the origin realm experts. There were many holy emperors as well. However, the traces were secretly erased by someone using a great ability, which was why the rumors were not passed down. Guihai Idao became extremely stern. This piece of news was extremely bad for them because they had no idea whether the calamity from the ancient era would happen in this era. Jianchen was shocked when he heard that. This piece of news was definitely world-shaking. No one had thought that the world would experience a calamity like this before the 10 protector clans were born. It made him shiver inside. Was she the one who did it? Jianchen could not help but think of Protector Shui of the Ice Goddess Hall. Protector Shui's origins were strange. She was an Origin Realm expert at the very least, or perhaps even more. At the same time, no one knew when the Ice Goddess Hall had appeared on the icy plains. Great-grandfather, Senior, do you know about the Ice Goddess Hall? After much hesitation, Jianchen decided to ask the two seniors. After all, they knew a lot. Yang Lai and Guihai Idao both looked at the depths of the Northern Sea with that question. They were currently in the northernmost part of the Tian Yuan continent. The Northern Sea was nearby, and in the depths of the Northern Sea was the icy plains where the Ice Goddess Hall resided. Yang Lai and Guihai Idao stared at the depths of the Northern Sea deeply. Neither of them said anything. Only after quite a while did Yang Lai slowly speak. We knew about the mysteries of the icy plains in the past. Back then, the 10 of us had gone to explore the icy plains together, but we were unable to venture any deeper. There was extremely terrifying coldness there. Even if we had recovered to our peak condition, we would have been frozen into ice statues by the coldness. As a result, we could only leave the matter unsettled and never set foot there again. However, the icy plains had already been marked as a forbidden zone by us. No one knew what secrets were hidden there. Only after awakening in this era did we learn the secrets of the icy plains. As it turns out, there was actually an extremely mysterious divine hall hidden there. Chapter 1403. Jianchen snickered inside when he heard that. He did not know who had cast down the seal that prevented any holy emperor from reaching the Origin realm, but he knew exactly why Origin energy was sealed in the depths of the universe. It was definitely not because the mysterious expert wanted to prevent anyone from reaching the Holy Emperor realm. Instead, it was because of the Yinyang Saint Rock. When the Yinyang Saint Master had fallen from outer space and crashed onto Dragon Island, Mo Tianyun had discovered him. He had moved the Yinyang Saint Rock into outer space with a great technique and cast down a powerful seal on the rock, keeping it there. However, the Yinyang Saint Rock was condensed from the Yin and Yang Qi from chaotic force after all. Its power was unquestionable. Even after being sealed by Mo Tianyun, it still disrupted the laws of the world and absorbed the origin energy of the world. Jianchen knew that Guihai Idao and Yang Lai were probably not powerful enough, or perhaps the seal cast down by Mo Tianyun was too powerful, preventing them from peering into the seal at all. They obviously did not understand what was going on, which was why they connected the seal to the mysterious expert who had erased an ancient era. However, even though the two of them had managed to do so, Jianchen was filled with admiration. At the very least, Yang Lai and Guihai Idao were still able to sense where the Yinyang Saint Rock was sealed in the depths of the universe. Even if he used his full strength, he would not be able to sense it from such a great distance. Looks like I'm still lacking in many ways compared to true Origin Realm experts, even though I possess the strength to fight those at the same level as me. Jianchen sighed inside. Jianchen sighed inside. He understood even more clearly the difference between him and true Origin Realm experts from Guihai Idao and Yang Lai. Even though Guihai Idao and Yang Lai had not completely recovered their strength, they had surpassed him in certain aspects by far too much. Suddenly, Yang Lai arrived in front of Jianchen and stared at him sternly. He asked, "Great-grandson, I heard that you went to the Arctic Ice Goddess Hall in the past and even saw the girl who was taken there. Is that true?" "There is indeed such a thing. Back then, I went there with Ruijin, Redface, and Blackfish," Jianchen replied, not denying it. Then tell me everything you know. The Arctic Ice Goddess Hall can be said to be the most mysterious power in this world. I suspect that the mysterious expert who sealed this world is related to the Arctic Ice Goddess Hall, Yang Lai said with an extremely solemn expression. As a result, Jianshan told her everything he knew about the Ice Goddess Hall. However, Jianshan had no idea about Protector Shui's strength. He was only certain that she was an Origin Realm expert at the very least. A gleam of light flashed through Yang Lai's eyes. He said with a deep voice, "Just as I expected, the mysterious Ice Goddess Hall really does have an expert like that." Gui Hai Yidao came over as well and said, "This world was sealed 1,000,000 years ago, so it's impossible for anyone to break through to the Origin Realm. Origin Realm experts only have a lifespan of 100,000 years, so it's impossible for Protector Shui to break through in the past 100,000 years. Let's take a step back and say that even if Protector Shui is someone from the ancient times and has reincarnated into this life like the 10 of us, it's impossible for her to reach the Origin Realm in this life." Jianshan's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He murmured, "If that's the case, there are only two possibilities for Protector Shui's true identity. The first possibility is that she's the same as Xiao Jin and Xiao Ling, their innate spirit. The second possibility is that she's the mysterious expert who sealed up this world, as well as the culprit who wiped away the ancient times," added Yang Lai. His complexion was very ugly. Jianshan sucked in a deep breath and said, "If it really is the second possibility, isn't Protector Shui just a little too powerful? She's actually managed to survive from the ancient times until now, and she wiped out so many experts in the ancient times. She must have committed countless massacres, so why isn't she punished by celestial decay? If the second possibility is true, Protector Shui's strength has already surpassed the Origin Realm and reached godhood. Godhood has already broken free from the restraints of the world and can live as long as the world. It's said to be eternal, so it's obviously not punished by celestial decay. Furthermore, from the strength and complexity of the seal she set up, not only has Protector Shui reached the deity realm, she's even at the peak of the deity realm," Gui Hai Yidao said as he looked towards the depths of the North Sea with a hint of fear. To them, godhood was a level of cultivation that they could only dream of. Back in the saints' world, all of the hard work they had put in was so that they could reach the supreme level of godhood one day. This was because the Origin Realm was bound by lifespans. Even if they reached reciprocity, they would not be able to change their final lifespan. Once they reached godhood, they would live as long as the world and enjoy an endless lifespan. However, there was an extremely huge gap between godhood and the Origin Realm. The difference between the two realms was like the difference between mortals and the Holy Emperor on the Tian Yuan continent. Although it was only a single step away, that step was far, far too difficult. If we don't remove the seal, we'll remain at our current level of cultivation forever. We won't be able to reach the Origin Realm for the rest of our lives, and we'll die in 10,000 years. However, the method of reincarnation requires Origin energy to be used. Although we left behind a portion of Origin energy in the Saint artifact, it's not enough now," Yang Lai sighed softly. His face was filled with worry. He and Gui Hai Yidao had awakened their memories, but they had only preserved their cultivation. They basically knew all the abilities of Origin Realm experts, but their strength remained at the peak of the Holy Emperor, unable to advance any further. As for the method of reincarnation, they could obviously continue if they had not awakened their memories, but once they did, the secret method of reincarnation would come to an end. "Great-grandfather, Senior, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I'll break through the seal sooner or later because I walk an unusual path. The seal can stop everyone in the world, but it might not be able to stop me," Jianshan said firmly. His voice was filled with great confidence. He was indeed confident because he cultivated chaotic force. He did not need Origin energy to increase his strength, and he did not need to comprehend the mysteries of the world to make breakthroughs. The first 6 layers of the chaotic body only required sufficient energy, and success would follow naturally. He possessed the strength to fight Origin Realm experts at the 4th layer of the chaotic body right now. Just how much more powerful would his chaotic body be once he reached the 5th layer or even the 6th? He still had a large number of Immortal Tier heavenly resources and Violet Cloud Peaches in his space ring. As long as he had enough time, reaching the 5th or 6th layer of the chaotic body would be no problem at all. Coupled with the comprehension T, his comprehension of the way of the sword would become much easier. If he increased his strength like this, he believed the seal would not be able to stop him at all. Once my chaotic body reaches the 6th layer and my comprehension of the way of the sword breaks through, I don't need to become a sword spirit. I only need to reach the great perfection of sword origin, and I believe I'll be able to fight godhood experts, Jianchen thought. At that moment, his confidence swelled. He was tempted to break through immediately and reach the 6th layer as soon as possible. However, he knew that was impossible right now. Even with a large number of Immortal Tier heavenly resources, he would need quite some time to reach the 5th or 6th layer. He had used up a Violet Cloud Peach when he broke through to the 4th layer. He would need to wait 100 years before he could use another one. As for other Immortal Tier heavenly treasures, it was impossible to consume them endlessly. If one consumed too many in a short period of time, the body would develop a resistance to the effects of the heavenly treasures, which would greatly weaken the effects of the heavenly treasures or even render them ineffective. Chapter 1404. After bidding farewell to Yang Lai and Gui Haidao, Jianchen left by himself. He shot through the air with lightning speed on the Ziying sword. He moved extremely quickly. On his way back, Jianchen could not help but think about the information he had learnt from Yang Lai and Gui Haidao. No one had thought that there would actually be an erased era even before the ancient times. Many Holy Emperor experts and Origin Realm experts were mercilessly massacred, which chilled Jianchen's heart slightly. The seal in outer space that prevented all Holy Emperor experts from reaching the Origin Realm was mysterious as well. He did not know the true identity of the mysterious expert. Was it really as he had guessed, that the mysterious expert was Protector Shui of the Ice Goddess Hall? If that was the case, why did she leave behind the seal in the first place? Was it to hide? Or was it to protect some great treasure? Or did she have some other intentions? There was also the divine beast, the winged tiger, and the goddess of the sea race. The two of them were actually able to break through to the Origin Realm despite the existence of the seal. Were they really like what Yang Lai and Gui Haidao had guessed, that they were both spirits born from the world? If that really was the case, there had not been a single person who had broken through to the Origin Realm through their own efforts since ancient times, aside from Ergens, the war god of the 100 races. Back then, I promised Second Sister that I would visit him at the Ice Goddess Hall in a year's time. A year has already passed, but I still haven't come. Once I've dealt with the urgent matters at hand, I'll make a trip to the Ice Goddess Hall and see if I can find anything. And Ruijin, Honglian, and Blackfish are still trapped in the Arctic. I have to find a way to save them this time, Jianchen thought. The three of them were trapped in the Ice Goddess Hall because of him. He would always feel guilty if he did not save them. He would never be able to forgive himself. Jianchen did not return to Flame City. Instead, he returned to Changyang Prefecture in Lore City. Jianchen's name had already spread across the Tianyuan continent after the battle against the world of Forsaken Saint. All the experts on the continent referred to him as the reincarnation of Mo Tianyun, vaguely showing signs of becoming the greatest human expert. His return immediately caused an uproar in Lore City. Basically, all the people in the city gathered in the direction of Changyang Prefecture. Countless people wanted to witness the glory of the greatest human expert. Just how great was the status of the greatest human expert? Even experts like the Holy Emperor did not have the right to see him normally. To the people of Lore City, who lived at the bottom of the food chain on the continent, he was a godlike existence. Many of them would be willing to shorten their lives by 100 years if they could see him personally. The city lord of Lore City immediately responded. He mobilized all the city guards as soon as possible to maintain order in the city. He made a 10-kilometer radius around Changyang Prefecture a forbidden zone. At the same time, all the guards of Changyang Prefecture were mobilized as well, forming a second wall around Changyang Prefecture. At the same time, this matter reached the ears of the king of the Kingdom of Jessen very soon. He immediately put down everything he was doing and flew over from the imperial palace with the assistance of a heaven saint master. Aside from that, the rulers of the kingdoms around the Kingdom of Jessen all gave up on their luxurious carriages with grand gift. They asked the heaven saint masters of the Kingdom of Jessen to carry them through the air, hurrying to Lore City in the Kingdom of Jessen as quickly as possible. Not only did Jianshan's arrival in Changyang Prefecture alarm everyone, but it also caused an uproar in Changyang Prefecture. This time, the saint rulers of the Zhu branch, who lived in seclusion in Changyang Prefecture, put down their pride and came out to receive him. To no surprise, the leaders were Changyang Zhu Shao, Changyang Zhu Yunshao, and Changyang Zhu Yunshao. The patriarch of Changyang Prefecture, Changyang Ba, immediately ordered people to hold a banquet and invite all his good friends. The entire prefecture celebrated, and he changed the day of the banquet to the annual celebration of Changyang Prefecture. Afterwards, when the king of the Kingdom of Jessen arrived, he immediately passed down the order to make the day the national day of the year. This was because this was the first time the fourth young master of Changyang Prefecture had returned home after becoming the greatest human expert. Whether it was to the Kingdom of Jessen or Changyang Prefecture, it held great significance. Jianshan did not show up much during the celebration. Everything was taken care of by his parents and Changbo. He secretly spread the news that he was looking for Huang Tianba, Yang Ling, and so on, telling them to return to Changyang Prefecture immediately. At the same time, he sent people to contact Jetta Tai, who had already returned to his clan, and the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. The celebration of Changyang Prefecture lasted for 7 whole days. During that time, many more saint rulers and holy emperor came to visit. Even the Grand Elder of Mercenary City had come. The entire Kingdom of Jessen was celebrating. This was the first time in the history of the Kingdom of Jessen that it had been so lively and grand. The guests all dispersed after 7 days. Huang Tianba, Yang Ling, and Jetta Tai had all arrived in Changyang Prefecture. The 4 imperial protector of the Qin Empire had hurried over from Flame City as soon as possible. They had been waiting in Changyang Prefecture for a very long time. The next day, Jianshan, Changyang Ba, Changbo, the king of the Kingdom of Jessen, Huang Tianba, Yang Ling, Jetta Tai, the 4 imperial protector of the Qin Empire, and all the members of the Zhu branch left Lore City. They arrived in a forest nearby. The crisis of the Tian Yuan continent had yet to be completely resolved. The threat from the world of Forsaken Saints still existed. What was certain was that once the tunnel stabilized, the people from the world of Forsaken Saints would not just be the 500 Holy Emperor. There would definitely be Origin Realm experts as well. As a result, Jianshan needed to use all the resources he possessed to increase the strength of the Tian Yuan continent as much as possible so that he could be fully prepared for the next invasion from the world of Forsaken Saints. Although he had obtained a large number of heavenly resources from the Xianhuang microcosm, they were not inexhaustible. He needed to increase the strength of the people on his side first, even if it was just a little bit of waste. He would only consider the others after that. Although these people might not necessarily take part in the next battle against the world of Forsaken Saints, the next battle would definitely be even more intense. Just the shockwaves from the battle would be enough to kill them if they did not possess the corresponding strength. As a result, Jianchen did not necessarily need them to contribute in the battle to increase their strength. He only hoped that they would be able to survive the next battle safely. Everyone sat on the ground in an ancient forest. Jianchen used the best quality comprehension tea and violet cloud peaches to increase their strength. These people were either close to him, his friends, or people who had helped him in the past. As a result, he was not stingy at all, directly sharing the best things with them. The king of the kingdom of Jessen was the weakest among them. He was only an Earth Saint Master. However, the violet cloud peaches did not have any restrictions on the user. Even ordinary people could eat them. 2 days later, auspicious clouds descended from the sky. Huang Tianba and Yang Ling were the first to break through. They were at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler and the peak of the 6th cycle of Heaven Saint Master respectively. They were extremely close to the next level of cultivation, so after consuming the violet cloud peaches and comprehension tea, they both broke through to Holy Emperor and Saint Ruler. On the 3rd day, an extremely tremendous pressure suddenly appeared, causing the space to tremble and almost collapse. The energy of the world was thrown into disorder. 9 colored auspicious clouds quickly appeared in the surroundings, shining with an extremely bright light. They enveloped the entire Tian Yuan continent. Changyang Zhu Shao had broken through to Holy Emperor and successfully reached Holy Emperor. Chapter 1405. The fact that another person had become a Saint Emperor after Tianjin and Houston immediately caused a great uproar on the continent. It attracted the attention of many holy emperors who traveled a great distance to check it out. Before long, several dozen holy emperors from various places had gathered there. All of them hovered in the air and watched from afar. Before long, even the holy emperors of the sea race, magical beasts, and 100 races arrived. What dense and pure energy of the world! It's extremely similar to the abnormality that appeared near Flame City. If I've guessed correctly, Sovereign Jianchen should be here, a human expert sighed in amazement. Although this place has been obscured by the dense energy of the world, it's still impossible to hide from my senses. I can clearly sense that there's more than one person cultivating in there. Aside from the person who has just become a Saint Emperor, there are many other presences, said a blue-robed old man. The one who spoke was an old man wearing a blue robe. He was a member of the sea race. His entire body was shrouded in a layer of faint blue light, isolating him from the sunlight. Why is it Sovereign Jianchen again? How did Sovereign Jianchen make them break through so easily? Does Sovereign Jianchen possess some heaven-defying treasure? A magical beast's voice was filled with undisguised envy. They had gone through countless hardships to reach Saint King, but now, as long as it was someone related to Jianchen, they would be able to catch up to their thousands of years of cultivation in just a few days. This made many of the magical beasts feel rather jealous. However, even if they could guess that Jianchen possessed some heaven-defying treasure, they did not dare to think about it. Jianchen had already become a sovereign, an existence they looked up to. He was no longer the holy emperor of the past. Following Sovereign Jianchen sure is blissful, many people thought inside. Many people thought inside. Jianchen had made people become saint kings and emperors one after another, which had already made them envious. They were tempted to be the one cultivating inside right now. Several days later, peace returned to the mountain range. Changyang Zhu Shao was not the only one who had become a saint emperor this time. Even Changyang Zhu Yunshao had successfully broken through to Holy Emperor. Among the 3 holy emperors of the Zhu branch, only Changyang Zhu Yiyun remained as a holy emperor. However, she had broken through to great perfection from the first heavenly layer, so she was not far away from becoming a holy emperor. Huang Tianba had also broken through to great perfection as a holy emperor, standing at the same level as Changyang Zhu Yiyun. This made Huang Tianba ravish with joy. He could not be any more excited. Yang Ling, who had once served as Jianchen's guard in the City of God and possessed rather ordinary talent, had also benefited greatly. Not only had his talent undergone a complete transformation, but the barrier that had prevented him from reaching sainthood for many years had finally been pierced through. He had reached the level of saint ruler that he had always dreamed of. That was not all. With the assistance of the violet cloud peach and comprehension tea, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. In the end, he had broken through again and reached Holy Emperor, remaining at the second heavenly layer of Holy Emperor. The four imperial protector of the Qin Empire had all become kings as well. They were at the fifth heavenly layer and the eighth heavenly layer of Holy Emperor. Thank you, Sovereign Jianqin, for your grace. You've allowed us to realize what we've desired for so many years, and you've allowed us to reach an unimaginable level of cultivation. The four imperial protector of the Qin Empire all bowed towards Jianqin. They were filled with gratitude. The four of them becoming kings possessed extraordinary significance to the Qin Empire. The three empires of the Tian-Yuan continent had become much weaker after the battle against the world of Forsaken Saint. They had lost many of their peak experts, while the Qin Empire had originally been a vassal of the Holy Emperor. Now that the four of them had all become kings, the Qin Empire had suddenly become the most powerful empire on the continent. Although the Qin Huang Kingdom could not compare to the three great empires in terms of foundation and national strength, the three great empires could not compare to the Qin Huang Kingdom in terms of the number of saint emperors. Changyangba, Changbo, and the saint rulers of the Zhou branch had all become kings as well. Only the emperor of the kingdom of Jessen had fallen behind, remaining at the ninth heavenly layer of saint ruler in the end. The saint rulers of the Zhou branch all shed tears of joy. They were so grateful to Jianqin that they snot flowed from their noses. They were tempted to kneel down and thank Jianqin. Although the collective breakthrough this time was not as great as the one in Flame City, 2 Holy Emperor and close to 20 Holy Emperor had still been born. The eyes of the spectating experts from the Holy Emperor had all turned red with envy. Some of them even had the urge to immediately kneel before Jianqin and kowtow, begging him to give them a fortuitous encounter. This was because they were all Holy Emperor. They had been stuck at this level of cultivation for many years, so becoming a Holy Emperor was a fatal temptation to them. Many of them were in their twilight years, and did not have much time left. If they wanted to continue living, they could only break through to become a Holy Emperor. Suddenly, Jianqin's eyes narrowed. He abruptly raised his head and looked to the side. The space there twisted and a golden giant appeared out of nowhere. To no surprise, the giant was Tai Ta. Tai Ta did not use a space gate. Instead, he used his innate secret technique to travel. He crossed the distance like he had teleported and suddenly appeared before Jianqin. The war god of the 100 races. The spectating experts all cried out with Tai Ta's arrival. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread. In particular, the magical beasts reacted even more strongly. Jianqin could clearly sense that Tai Ta had changed quite a lot when he saw him this time. This was a change in his bearing. If Tai Ta was described as a barbarian in the past, he seemed like a king now. He possessed a sense of dignity. Jianqin, can you give me some? I also want to do something for the 100 races, Tai Ta said rather embarrassedly. Jianqin obviously understood what Tai Ta wanted. He chuckled aloud. Tai Ta, I was planning on sending some to you in a few days. I never thought you'd come all the way here. Jianqin took out a space ring and tossed it to Tai Ta without any hesitation. The space ring contained over 100 violet cloud peaches, 10 fifth-grade comprehension tea leaves, and several dozen first-grade comprehension tea leaf. There was even divine water of the world and the spring of life used to brew the comprehension tea. He had prepared everything he needed. Of course, not all of the violet cloud peaches were at the 5th grade. In reality, Jianqin had only obtained a total of 3 5th-grade violet cloud peaches in the Xianhuang microcosm. The rest were at the 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st grade. He had already used over 100 5th-grade violet cloud peaches in the past few days. He had basically used half of them. As a result, only a tenth of the violet cloud peaches he gave Tai Ta were 5th grade violet cloud peaches. The rest were at the 4th and 3rd grade. Jianshan had obtained even fewer comprehension tea leaves in the Xian Huang microcosm. To increase the strength of this group of people, Jianshan had only used 4 or 5 comprehension tea leaves to brew. Tai Ta accepted the space ring. He knew how to consume the items in there, so he did not ask any questions. Before leaving, Tai Ta said to Jianshan, "I went to the War God Hall. It's a very special place. It's extremely beneficial to me. Cultivating there will be much faster than usual, and it can help me comprehend the mysteries of war as well. Jianshan, the magical beasts have a beast god hall as well. I don't know if it has the same effects as the War God Hall, but according to what I know, it's not a regular divine hall. You should take Xiaobai there when you have the time." "I will," Jianshan replied. In the past, he had heard that the 99th floor of the Beast God Hall contained the legacy of the previous winged tiger. Only those with the same bloodline could enter. Back then, he did not have the ability to do so he could only look at it and sigh. Within the small world of the Pure Heart Pavilion, there was a tall altar in the forbidden grounds of the back mountains. A snow-white horsetail whisk lay silently on the altar. It gave off a vast and majestic pressure. This was the ancestral artifact of the Pure Heart Pavilion. It had always been enshrined there, but today, the whisk that had remained silent for 1,000,000 years suddenly began to shine with a hazy, white light. In the next moment, the light suddenly became extremely bright, rushing into the sky. A terrifying pulse of energy radiated from the whisk, causing space to tremble and the miniature world to shake. Swish! Afterwards, the white jade horsetail whisk shot off into the air, vanishing from the miniature world of the Pure Heart Pavilion. Within a secret room of the pavilion, the face of the pavilion master who was recuperating suddenly changed. She immediately rushed out and chased after it with lightning speed. Behind her, 2 other holy emperors shot out from different directions and chased after it with the pavilion master. Chongyang, who emerged from the divine hall of the Pure Heart Pavilion in plain clothes. He stared in the direction the white jade horsetail whisk had disappeared in deeply. The sun, moon, and stars seemed to revolve in his eyes. Chapter 1406. 7 colored clouds filled the sky above a primitive forest on the Tianyuan continent. They shone with dazzling light, enveloping a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. This was the sign of someone breaking through to Holy Emperor from Saint Ruler. Many people could sense it. In the past, breaking through to Saint Ruler would definitely be an extremely shocking matter, attracting many experts of the Tianyuan continent to watch. However, 9 colored clouds had appeared one after another on the Tianyuan continent now, enveloping the entire continent. Experts of various levels, and even ordinary people, had become immune to the clouds, becoming accustomed to them. As a result, the appearance of the 7 colored clouds did not attract too much attention. That was because this one rainbow auspicious cloud was nothing compared to dozens of rainbow auspicious clouds, or even 9 rainbow auspicious cloud. In the depths of the primitive forest, a person sat in a cave. The surging energy around him caused the cave to tremble, causing quite a few rocks to fall from it. He was the person who had broken through. He had just broken through the bottleneck of the 9th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler and successfully reached Holy Emperor. However, just when he had broken through to Holy Emperor and had yet to stabilize his cultivation, a streak of light shot over from the distance with unbelievable speed. It hovered above the mountain range in the end, shining with a dazzling and gentle white light. Terrifying pulses of energy radiated from it. They were extremely powerful, causing the space there to tremble. They filled the entire mountain range. In a single moment, the mountain range, which had been filled with the occasional roars of beasts, fell silent. Everything fell silent, becoming deathly silent. Only now did they see the true appearance of the streak of white light in the distance. It was actually a jade-white horsetail whisk. The horsetail whisk was not actually made from jade. It just seemed like it was made of jade. The white jade horsetail whisk was high up in the air, scattering a layer of gentle white light that filled the world. It was as if the world had become much brighter. Then, an incomparably powerful energy was released from the horsetail whisk and surged downward. A young man who seemed to be in his 30s slowly floated up from below the jade-white horsetail whisk. He was the person who had just broken through to Saint King. However, what was inconceivable was that the young man's cave was clearly inside the mountain, and there was a thick layer of rock above it, but this person's body seemed to have merged with the surrounding rock. He didn't damage the rock at all, and he floated up through the rock. It was as if his body could merge with the rock and freely shuttle through the rock. The young man directly floated below the horsetail whisk. Suddenly, an extremely powerful energy erupted from the horsetail whisk, enveloping the young man. However, it did not harm him at all. From afar, the young man seemed to be wrapped in a huge cocoon. Before long, a space gate was ripped open several dozen kilometers away. The pavilion master of the Pure Heart Pavilion and the 2 remaining holy Emperor Saints arrived there at the same time. The 3 of them had followed the Emperor armament in the direction it had left. However, they were all stunned when they saw the ancestral artifact of the Pure Heart Pavilion. "Pavilion Master, what's going on?" one of the holy Emperor Saints asked in surprise. The Pavilion Master shook her head. She stared at the jade-white horsetail whisk without blinking at all. None of them could answer this question because there had never been any record of an Emperor armament going out of control in the ancient records of the pavilion. The 3 of them did not act rashly. They stood in the distance and waited quietly because an invisible energy was emitted from the horsetail whisk, preventing them from approaching. The horsetail whisk used its own power to seal off a certain region of space. Even the holy Emperor Saints would struggle to break through. They waited for several days. Several days later, the energy from the horsetail whisk finally dispersed slowly. The young man who had always been protected by the horsetail whisk slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, all the light in the surroundings seemed to dim slightly. The pavilion master and the 2 other holy Emperor Saints were all shocked. Shock filled their faces. They felt like they had seen a boundless universe in the young man's eyes, where they could not help but sink in. They had almost lost themselves. The 3 of them immediately became astounded. After all, the person before them had only just broken through to the level of Holy Emperor Saint. His strength was nowhere near theirs, yet he was able to make them feel this way. They found it unbelievable. At the same time, Guihai Yidao and Yang Lai stood like statues on the same mountain range in the extreme north as they gazed towards the depths of the northern sea. However, at this moment their faces changed. They suddenly looked in the direction of the jade-white horsetail whisk, and a strange light appeared in their eyes. Afterwards, the 2 of them vanished with a single movement. The pavilion master had an otherworldly bearing. She seemed otherworldly, like an immortal. She clasped her hands in a carefree manner and smiled. "From today onwards, the Tianyuan continent will have another holy emperor. Congratulations! May I know your name, friend?" The young man said nothing. He did not even glance at the 3 of them. Instead, he grabbed the horsetail whisk that hovered above his head and gently stroked it. Reminiscence filled his eyes. The horsetail whisk was extremely gentle. Even though it possessed an unbelievable amount of energy, it seemed like a little lamb right now. The eyes of the 3 experts from the Pure Heart Pavilion almost popped out of their sockets when they saw this. The horsetail whisk had always been enshrined in the forbidden grounds of the Pure Heart Pavilion, and they would often pay their respects to it. It was a sacred object that was extremely powerful, yet someone was stroking it right now. The 3 of them struggled to accept this. Moreover, the power of the white jade horsetail whisk was boundless. Normally, even if they wanted to use it, they would need absolute strength and the assistance of a corresponding secret technique. However, at this moment, the white jade horsetail whisk was actually being held so easily by someone who wasn't from the Pure Heart Pavilion. She didn't suffer any backlash at all. This made them extremely shocked. The greedy Wolf King, Feng Yixiao. That was my former name, but from today onwards, Feng Yixiao no longer exists on the Tian Yuan continent. There's only Feng Xiaotian, the young man suddenly said. His voice was very gentle, but it seemed to be filled with endless charm. Sir Feng Xiaotian, please return the ancestral artifact of our Pure Heart Pavilion, the Pavilion Master said calmly. She simply could not accept the sacred object of the Pure Heart Pavilion being sullied by an outsider like this. After all, it was the ancestral artifact that they had enshrined for many years. Feng Xiaotian straightened his body, and his presence suddenly changed. He became sacred. At that moment, he seemed dignified and dignified. He seemed to have transcended the world and stood above all living things. I am your ancestral master, Feng Xiaotian said with an unquestionable dignity. Sir, you can't joke around like that, one of the holy emperors from the Pure Heart Pavilion growled. He was furious. At this moment, a space gate suddenly ripped open. Yang Lai and Gui Haidao arrived at the same time. When they saw Feng Xiaotian, they both laughed aloud. Feng Xiaotian, I never thought that you would awaken after the two of us. That's an insult to your identity as a disciple of a large sect. Chapter 1407. Yang Lai and Gui Haidao did not purposefully conceal their presences, so the three holy emperors of the Pure Heart Pavilion could clearly sense their presences, which immediately shocked them. This was because Yang Lai and Gui Haidao's presences were as vast as the ocean in their senses. They were so vast that they were unable to discern them at all. Even the Path Lord of Carnal Desires and the three Saint Emperors from the magical beasts did not possess such vast presences. Holy Emperor! That was what the three holy emperors of the Pure Heart Pavilion thought. Not only were they certain that Yang Lai and Gui Haidao had reached the level of a holy emperor, but they were even more powerful than the three holy emperors of the magical beasts and the Path Lord of Carnal Desires. However, they soon became doubtful because the birth of a holy emperor on the Tian Yuan continent would be accompanied by 9 colored clouds. It would shake up the world, and experts would be able to sense it even if they were far away from the continent. However, they could all name the holy emperor that had appeared on the Tian Yuan continent recently. There had never been an unfamiliar expert who had broken through, so the three of them had no idea when Yang Lai and Gui Haidao had been born. This was just far too abnormal. The pavilion master looked at Yang Lai. She had seen Changyang Zhu Yunkong before, so she discovered that the two of them actually looked exactly the same. The only difference was their presences. They were like two different people. Feng Xiaotian, the seal still exists. You come from a large sect, so your abilities far surpass ours. May I ask if you have any methods to deal with it? Gui Haidao asked. Feng Xiaotian immediately became stern. He raised his head to look at the outer space and shook his head powerlessly. Even you have no methods. Looks like our only hope lies on my great-grandson, Yang Lai gently sighed. Great-grandson? Feng Xiaotian was surprised. He looked at Yang Lai in confusion. Yang Lai's face became filled with uncontainable pride when his great-grandson was mentioned. He said, Feng Xiaotian, you probably don't know, but I have an extremely talented descendant. Even in the saint's world, his talent is at the very apex. He has cultivated for less than a century now, but he's already at the origin realm. I have to say that Jianshan's talent is indeed extremely terrifying. He walks an extraordinary path, yet he can still advance so quickly. At the same time, he doesn't seem to need origin energy at all to break through to the origin realm, so he's not restricted by the formation. Jianshan might really be our only hope right now, Gui Haidao also praised. Jianshan from the bottom of his heart. Feng Xiaotian's eyes. Jianshan? The captain of the Flame Mercenaries? That's right. My great-grandson is indeed the captain of the Flame Mercenaries, Feng Xiaotian. I never thought you would have heard of my great-grandson, Yang Lai chuckled aloud. Feng Xiaotian's expression immediately became strange. He bitterly smiled. Not only have I heard of him, but I've even seen him. What? Something like that happened? Yang Lai and Gui Haidao were surprised. I met your great-grandson outside Flame City in the past. If it weren't for the fact that someone pleaded for me, I probably would have ended up at your great-grandson's hands in this life. Feng Xiaotian bitterly smiled. Yang Lai and Gui Haidao were surprised when they heard that. They looked at each other and shock filled their eyes. They had never thought that Feng Xiaotian would have come into conflict with Jianqin in the past. However, before the two of them could say anything, Feng Xiaotian's eyes suddenly narrowed. He said, thinking back, that Changyang who seems to have entered the Great Freedom mental boundary. Feng Xiaotian arrived beside the three holy emperor from the Pure Heart Pavilion in a flash. He asked nervously, You should know about the Great Freedom mental boundary. Did you accept Changyang who as a disciple of the Pure Heart Pavilion? Feng Xiaotian's voice was filled with urgency. He was extremely concerned about this matter. Yang Lai and Gui Haidao were both stunned by Feng Xiaotian's eagerness and affection. They had spent quite some time with Feng Xiaotian already. In their impression, Feng Xiaotian had always remained calm and untainted. He had cut off all his emotions and desires, and he had transcended the mortal world. He had never shown such eagerness and nervousness before. I've already accepted Changyang Hu as a disciple. He's currently cultivating in the Pure Heart Pavilion, said the pavilion master. The three holy emperor had already become rather uncertain about Feng Xiaotian's identity. It would be far too shocking if Feng Xiaotian was the founding ancestor of the Pure Heart Pavilion, but if he wasn't, there was no way to explain why Feng Xiaotian was holding the emperor armament so obediently. Most importantly, the three of them could sense a unique aura that only the disciples of the Pure Heart Pavilion possessed from Feng Xiaotian. Ha 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 ha, good. 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 Feng Xiaotian laughed aloud. He said, Yang Lai Gui Haidao, I need to return to the Pure Heart Pavilion immediately. Let's catch up another day. With that, Feng Xiaotian ripped open space with his horsetail whisk and left. Feng Xiaotian silently appeared in the small world of the Pure Heart Pavilion. He did not attract anyone's attention. He was the one who had created the miniature world, so no one could compare to him in terms of familiarity with it. Changyang, who currently sat on a rock with his eyes closed. He seemed to have fused with the world and resonated with the laws. There seemed to be a mysterious power that resonated with him from afar. Feng Xiaotian silently appeared before Changyang Hu, but as soon as he arrived, Changyang Hu seemed to sense him. He slowly opened his eyes and stared at Feng Xiaotian calmly. It really is as I expected. My strength may be far greater than yours, but I still can't hide from your senses if I come into close contact with you. Feng Xiaotian stared at Changyang Hu with shining eyes as if he was studying a rare treasure. In the past, before his memories had awakened, he did not understand why Changyang Hu had taken such a path. He had even kindly advised Changyang Hu to turn back and be saved. However, things were different now. Now that his memories had awakened, he knew many things. He understood extremely well what comprehending great freedom entailed. So it's Senior Feng Yixiao. I vaguely sensed that someone familiar would come looking for me, but I never thought it would be you. Changyang Hu recognized Feng Yixiao with a single glance. He was rather surprised. What? You sensed that I would come looking for you before? Changyang Hu's words were as thunderous as thunder in Feng Xiaotian's ears. Just how powerful was Changyang Hu compared to Feng Xiaotian? It was just unbelievable that the former could sense that the latter would come looking for him. The Zhuya kingdom was originally a kingdom that was slightly more powerful than the kingdom of Jessen. It was over 100,000 kilometers away from the kingdom of Jessen, but 2 years ago, the Zhuya kingdom's status skyrocketed, becoming a medium kingdom only second to the 8 great kingdoms. This was because the imperial protector of the Juyia kingdom had successfully broken through to Saint Ruler from Heaven Saint Master. Other than that, there were 5 other peak clans in the Juyia kingdom. These peak clans all possessed Heaven Saint Masters, and the most powerful clan, the Tianqin clan, had even produced a 5th Heaven Saint Master. They had become the most powerful clan in the Juyia kingdom, second only to the imperial family. With so many Heaven Saint Masters as pillars and a Saint Ruler, the Juyia kingdom's strength and influence immediately increased to a whole new level.